I just realized I forgot to mute my mic. Hi, everyone! Alright, I was waiting for that ad break to finish. How are we? I hope we're doing good. I'm okay. Hi. I'm working on getting the game up real quick. However, is it loud? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot I turned up the background music. There we go. Hi! Sorry, I forgot I turned it up. I turned it down. I turned it down. Don't trend that. Wait, is that an actual thing that just happened? Holy shit, wait! Is that an actual thing that just happened? Hold on. Donald Trump just got shot in the head. At a rally. He's fine. But he just got shot in the head. He's bleeding. Yeah, hold on. Trump appeared to fall to the ground as he was giving a speech. Quickly, he was surrounded by armed security and stayed down for around a minute. He rose to his feet and put his fist in the air before being escorted off stage and into a vehicle and then driven away from the scene. A video shows blood on his ear as he was taken away. Yeah, Trump got shot is trending on Twitter. And I click on it thinking it's a joke. No, it's an actual video. He's bleeding. Security is like... Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the blood on his face. That's crazy. Why can't I show this on stream? It literally just happened. It's live news. I feel like I'm allowed to show live news on stream. Why would you get in trouble for that? You're not gonna get in trouble for blood? That's not how any of that works, Gore. Blood isn't against TOS. What? Holy shit. Yeah, it looks like it got him in the ear. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Trump just got shot like 10 minutes ago. Like quite literally at a Trump rally. Yeah, it looks like it just grazed his ear. Yeah, it flew by his ear. It flew by his ear, yeah. He's standing and like talking, and you hear pop, 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 and he touches his ear and then hits the ground. So it looks like it grazed his ear. That's multiple shots. That's multiple shots. That's crazy. It doesn't look like anyone behind him got hit. But yeah, that was like six or seven shots. It doesn't look like anybody but him got hit, but it just happened, so who knows? Yeah, this is absolutely gonna have the opposite effect. Yeah. He got shot at. Yeah, it hit in the ear. So he hits the ground. And it sounds like they may have already, grabbed whoever it was. That's crazy. I'm sorry. That's insane. How are you gonna fire 7 shots in an attempted assassination like that? That's wild. That's crazy. Anyways, yes, I have enjoyed the cards. I actually need to put in the ones that you sent me last night because I haven't done that yet. So let me do that real quick. I'm gonna do it real quick before I switch over so y'all can see. 7 shots, 6 misses, 1 graze. No, we can't because I'm using my webcam. So I don't have to type it in. But then I'll do it. Don't worry, Gore. It's gonna happen. Sorry, Gore gets really nervous. People just don't assassinate like they used to. Look, the last presidential assassination attempt was a long time ago. What was it, like 30, 40 years ago now? So it was some time ago. But yeah, that's also true. If you're firing off that many hits and still missing, I don't think you were... whoever it was, I mean, you don't just shoot at somebody. So, like, obviously not in a great mindset to begin with, because, like, people who are well mentally don't typically go and shoot at somebody in general, president or otherwise. So, I think it is safe to say whoever did that was mentally unwell. I'm sure we'll know more about the situation, once that person is apprehended, whoever that person may be. But that's just a crazy thing to see as soon as I start stream. That's all. That's all. That's why it got me. It was just... Oh... Okay. I see what's happening here. It's me unplugging my webcam that's breaking the app. When I unplug that fucking bitch. What's happening? Donald Trump just got shot at his rally literally as soon as I started stream. Uh-huh. Yep, it's whenever I unplug my webcam that it breaks the app. Okay, good to know. So no unplugging my webcam, just point it at nothing. Yeah, he is alive and well. It seems like it's just grazed. It seemed like it just grazed his ear or maybe the side of his head. He is alive and well. But it is definitely a crazy situation because the last presidential assassination attempt was like, what, 40 years ago? Maybe longer? I'm not even sure, but that's fucking insanity, man. Sorry, I'm trying to scan these fucking codes to the best of my ability. There we go. Oh, the Pokemon card game online. It was me unplugging my webcam that fucked it up last time too, I guess. I couldn't figure out what caused it to crash last time. I think it was me unplugging my webcam. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna point the webcam at little man. We weren't watching it, actually. As I was getting set up, I was on Twitter. And I saw in all caps in the trending tab, Trump got shot. And I was like, huh? It just startled me. So, what's up, Black Bean? What's cracking? Alright, there we go. If my webcam has to be up, y'all get to hang out with my little man. So, enjoy that. Huh? 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 How is that pronounced? Sir Carid? Sir Carid? Hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm also new to Pokemon the card game because I quit Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 weeks ago. Good for you, breaking free of Yu-Gi-Oh! But also, I'm also new. I've only started playing about a week ago, so I am also new. But it's nice to meet you. A few streams ago, you talked about a person that you said you talk too much about your problems. Huh? Oh, God, no, that was like years ago. That was like years and years and years ago. When I was like early on in my streaming career. Oh, another Houndour. That's nice. Oh no, the music. Oh shit. Oh shit, you're so right. Here you go. There you go. My bad, gang. My bad, gang. It's pronounced carrot, like a valuing of gold or diamonds. Oh, okay. I can do that. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm also new. So it is all right. I am also learning. Oh, that's a cute little pup. I know, but I've been following you for a while. That's true, you have been. But I don't think it was you. If you want to be honest, I don't even remember who said that. It happened so long ago that I don't even remember who said it. Like, I remember it being said, but I don't remember who said it. So, don't like... There's no reason to be worried about it. No hard feelings. Also, it was said in a situation where I asked for honesty. I asked, you know, what you guys liked about my streams and what you guys disliked about them, and so I was expecting honest answers, so it didn't hurt my feelings. I would like to say. I'm actually really appreciative that everybody was honest about it, because it allowed me to kind of look back at, you know, my streams and my progress and kind of, you know, like reevaluate. What deck am I playing? I'm playing the Houndoom EX deck. It is a absolute shit deck, but I love Houndoom, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. Honestly, it's nothing like competitive decks at all, but I'm really having fun with it. It's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, feel free to fish, by the way. You're more than welcome to fish. Everybody can fish. It's got a 2-minute timer on it, but you're more than welcome to fish. Ooh. That. But it is a fun deck. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I won quite a few matches yesterday, which was kind of surprising. Actually, feelings of guilt? Don't worry about it. There's no reason to have any feelings of guilt. I promise. I'm not. My feelings aren't hurt. Should I move the fish off this? Nah, that's fine. Oh, thank you so much for the stretch. But there's no reason to have any feelings of guilt. Because I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it personally. So there's no reasons to worry. Are we back on ladder? Yep, we sure are. We sure are. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm drinking Dr. Peppers because I've got an addiction. Oh yeah. In my opinion, these games are meant to be played to have fun. So I'm not the kind of person that like has like I'm not super competitive, which makes these kinds of games more fun for me. Because of the fact that I'm not super competitive. Aw, thank you for the head pet. Oh god, I moved the wrong thing. I was trying to move. Where is my trigger fire? I'm trying to scooch it. I just want to let you know that even if I was the person to say that, I regret it, and I don't think, aw, that's very sweet of you. But I like I said, it's okay. Even if you were the one to say it, it is alright. Hold on, I'm testing my pet. Oh, there we go. Now it's on my head. That's good. Love that for me. Well, you know, that wasn't exactly what I was wanting, but it's fine. I'm good. I'm doing good. We tore down Bunny's playpen today because she got a grown-up shelf. My sweet little girl is growing up, so she got a big girl shelf that has all of her toys on it and all of her books on it. Because she's a big girl now. And I've just been prepping. She's doing some, I'm starting her on some extracurriculars here soon. That's a really pretty manaphy. So I've just been momming today. Nothing crazy today. I actually got a pretty decent amount of sleep last night because she slept really good last night, so I'm pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! I know what it's like having no fun playing a card game. Look, Gore and S'mores, my mod, he's in chat. You've probably seen him. He played. He is my husband, and he played Yu-Gi-Oh! For like the first 3 years of our relationship, and I've never seen a man so miserable to be playing a game that he wanted to play. It's insane. He spent so much money to be so miserable. It's crazy. And he tried to teach me, and we got into a fight because I hated it so much. It was wild. But no, the day's going really good. Actually, I'm having a pretty good day. I don't have any Pokemon. What the fuck is happening right now? What the fuck is happening right now? That's crazy. But yeah, no, I've had a good day. I've had a good day today. It's been pretty laid back. Just getting used to not having a baby anymore and having a toddler instead. It's very strange. She's getting very close to toddler age, and so it's very, very strange. But yeah, so Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't for me. However, I've played Pokemon since I was a kid, and I used to collect Pokemon cards when I was really little. And I always wanted to learn how to play, but I never got into it. And then I realized that I was like, the other day, a friend of mine was like, I'm getting back into it. My friend used to play competitively with her family, and she's like, I'm getting back into it. And I was like, maybe I'll get back into it with you. And she was like, you should. So I did, and here we are. I went and bought some Pokemon cards, and here we are. Now I have an addiction. I've been playing literally for 2 weeks, or like not even 2 weeks, like a week, maybe a week and a half, and I'm now addicted. So my cat Nala is also a big cat now, and soon she'll be 1 year old. Aww. See, when I'm talking about big girl, I'm talking about my daughter. We call her Bunny, but she's a human being. Sometimes, I think. Sometimes she's feral, so maybe not all the time. But usually she's a human being. She's a sweetheart though. But I also have a cat and a dog. My dog's actually asleep at my feet right now. I had to like look down to make sure, but yeah, he's still down there. But yeah, no, life's going good. I'm pretty happy. Gore took my engagement ring though, because he wants to like actually like propose somewhere nice and not in a Chili's parking lot. So so he took my engagement ring so he can actually propose somewhere, so I don't know when I'm gonna get that back. Oh, Simba is such a cute name for a cat. My cat's name is Marcy, but it was originally Bridge because that's where I found her. But Chili's is the most romantic place on earth. I mean, I agree, but like, sometimes you want to mix it up a little, you know? Man, what is happening over there? What are we doing, gang? Did you get rid of all of your fucking rare candies? My kids are my cats. That's so fair, actually. I often call my pets my kids too, just because of how much I love them. And also they came first. They came before the babies, so. Ooh, nice hermit crab, boy. Yeah, I want to fish too, actually. Let me fish. Let me get in there with y'all. I'll fish while I wait for my turn. This dark pepper's good though. Let's see, let's see. You know, you keep pulling all these energy cards, but I don't see you using them. I really do love Chili's. And last time we went to Chili's, their food was banger. Like, it was like hitting different than it normally does. It was really good though. Ooh, yeah, we'll add dark ride to the bitch. I'll go ahead and pop that and pop that and pop that. Yeah, please sponsor us. Chili's. I would love a sponsor. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. I think this is the last sip of this Dr. Pepper. Yep, sure was. Noibat's scoop. Alright, gang. Time for a new drink. Hell yeah. Banger. Oh, good stretch though. Surprisingly, my posture is pretty decent today. I know it's not usually. I'm just gonna ruin this guy's whole day. Sorry. I'm like, this guy finally got enough energies to use Hailblade, and then I went, no. No Hailblade for you. I'm so mean. I named Simba because I got Nala first. Nice. I don't know what I want to name my next pets. I don't think we're gonna get any more for a little bit. I want another cat, but I have to wait till my dog passes away because my dog has gotten kind of animal aggressive in his old age. Like, he's fine with the cat that we currently have and the kitten that we recently got, but my cat doesn't like kittens, and so every time the cat and the kitten fight, because the kitten's not mine, the kitten's my roommate's, but every time the cat and the kitten fight, he freaks out about it and gets like really upset. So, and like he like tries to fight the kitten over it. So I don't know. I'm just like, ugh. Stresses me out a little bit. Baby, that's not a move you want to make either. Oh, sweet. Alright. Oh, lucky you. I didn't get any energy. Alright, take your turn. But I want to get another cat. My dream cat is a long-haired black cat. It's been my dream cat since I was a kid. Because I used to have a black cat when I was a kid, and she was my baby. Like, I would die for that cat. And I don't know, it's just been a really long time since I've had a black cat, and I really want to get another one. But we're just not in a place to do that. I need to move. We need to move out, like, out of our current living situation before I feel comfortable doing all that. Ooh, nice fish. Nice. This deck is good on setup, but also like... You kill Darkrai, then what? You know what I mean? Thank you for the pet. I had to scoot the pet over so it would actually be like the size of my head. Oh, and you only got one prize card for that? Oh, baby. Alright, well. I'll take those two. Nice. My cat, my biggest fear when we got Simba was like cats wouldn't get along. Yeah, and well, my cat hates kittens. And I like warned my family about this. I was like, hey, she like detests kittens. Like, please do not get another cat. And they went, oh, well, we probably won't until after y'all move out. And we were like, all right, cool. And then she brought home a kitten. And this kitten is like a $4,000 purebred kitten. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You did not. But unfortunately for me, she did. So. So now my cat lives in my bedroom because she's now too terrified to come out of my bedroom. And she got so stressed out that she had crystals in her pee, so we had to take her to the vet and she had to be on medication, and it was like a whole fucking thing. Poor baby. I have a ragdoll cat and a Maine Coon kitten. Yeah, so the other cat that lives with us is a Maine Coon. Gorgeous cat. Sweet cat. But also like be so for real, you know what I mean? Oh no, ads! Oh no! Nuke him. I'm working on it, Gore. I'm nuking. I'm nuking. I'm doing my best to nuke the fuck out of him. I don't know if I'm having any luck. How much damage does the second ability get? 220. But I need another energy. So. Yay! Ad's over! Welcome back! Welcome back from the ad. Was it good? Did you at least get a good ad? Sometimes the ads are shit.
Oh.
Finish your turn so I can win.
Oh.
Let me win! Thank you! Hi, Dingo! How are you? Thank you so much for the pet. I only get one. Kind of bullshit, but I'll take it. Usually you get 2 for these. Yeah. Yeah, I should have gotten 2 for that. Why the fuck didn't I get 2? Huh? That should have been a straight win. That's bullshit. Hold on. Oh, they take 1 fewer prize card. Yep, that's exactly what it was. The energy. That's so fucking dumb. Damn. I was set up to win and you're gonna do me like that? I see how it is. Oh, you got a new phone, Dingo? Hell yeah. I like watching ads because I see so many products I'll never buy. Oh, that's so true. I mean, take me out if you want. I don't think you have enough to do enough damage, though, to take me out. Yeah, he better. He's not gonna, though. Yeah, he doesn't have enough energy to take me out, I don't think. Can I take you out to eat more better? I don't know. Where are you taking me out to? What's the plan? Where are we going? My desk is covered in Dr. Pepper cans. I have a problem. Yeah, sweetie, that's not enough. Pizza or to the movies? I don't even know what movies are out right now. It's been that long since I've gone to go see a movie. Damn. That is a upsetting power attack damage difference. Also, where are we getting the pizza from? Because if the pizza's gross, then like... Should I play this? Yes. I think everybody should play this. And it's not just because I play it. Despicable Me 4? Is that out? I haven't watched Despicable Me 3. So I don't know why I sounded so excited for a second there. How about a steakhouse? I do like steak. I have really bad teeth though. I need to get like half my teeth fixed. I don't care much you order the pizza, that's so fair. Pizza place from downtown's pretty neat, assuming it has power. Oh yeah, how are you doing out there, Kula? How's the power situation? It's so crazy that that's like close to me, but like not that close. Suffering kill me, I am so sorry. A friend of mine was up without power for like 5 days. That's fucking insane. Fucking center point. Aw. Pokemon the card game's really fun. It is really fun. I'm having a really good time. And like I said, I'm not playing a great deck, but it's a fun deck to play, so I don't have a problem with it. But also Houndoom's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I had to play the deck. That went with my boy. Oh, nope. I need a mulligan, please. Ugh. Sorry, I ate something I was allergic to before stream. And so my mouth burns a little bit. We're good. My mouth just burns a little bit. Bum, bum, bada, bum. Bum, bum, bada, bum, 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 bum. Ooh. I need to be more careful about the foods that I eat, so I don't keep eating foods that I'm allergic to. It's really bad for me. I don't mean to. I went to the bathroom before stream. That's why stream was late. It was because I had to go to the bathroom to like wash my mouth out and cry because my mouth hurt. But I really wanted to play fucking Pokemon. So here we are. Bow, bow, bada, bow. What the fuck is that? I've never seen that. Oh, nice. Ah, yes. The classic ogre comeback. Do y'all not have ogres coming on your back? Anyways. I think you need to see a doctor because of that, like Dr. Pepper or Dr. Strange. I'm currently saying Dr. Pepper. It's fixing the problem. This is rough. Could I please get a card I can put in my bench so I don't fucking lose? Okay, thank you. Whoop! Nice. Damn! They didn't need- Damn! They just gave me that one. They thought they had me. They did not, I guess. Yeah, I'll take that. That was wild. We'll go tails. Whee! I win. I win. I feel a little bad. I forgot to mail Monster Energy today. What do you mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Why are you thumbs downing me? Oh, you just get a bad deck? I think you just got a bad pull. The thumbs down is so funny. I would just like to say the thumbs down is so funny. Yeah, he bricked for sure. Alright. Everybody's fishing! He's fucked. He might be. I am. But I think I'm less fucked than he is. Hi, Ducky! Hi! Oh, nice boy. Yeah, I think I'm a little less fucked than he is. It's so crazy how you can draw a hand and just be like, yeah, no, I'm fucked. Something about it is just so funny to me. You rely on the heart of the cards, and the heart of the cards, fuck you. Oh. At least you can drag a basic to your bench, yeah. Bro's gonna quit? No, no, no. I think he's gonna do his best. I think he's gonna do his best. Yeah, I'm like, I definitely think, I definitely think he's gonna do his best, but, I want to mail them because I want to ask him if they can make a Monster energy drink with a blueberry flavor. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. I'm gonna have to learn how to play this game. I mean, it's not super hard. I've been playing for the last week and I'm not doing awful. Man, yeah. Oh, thank you for the pets, Nico. Okay, good. Nice rare candy. Okay. Nice, nice. Very good. I love that for you. Hi, Third Word! Ooh, which vision? Da dun da dun dun dun. I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a bounce. Get some damage down. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Ba-da-bum, bum. I'm like trying to process. I love blueberries. Blueberries are really good. I can't blame you for that. I like strawberries the most, I think, though. How are you, Daddy Gore and the Bun doing? We're good. Bunny just had her pin removed from the living room and torn down and replaced with a big girl toy box and toy shelf that holds like all of her toys and books and stuff, and she loves it. And she's starting some extracurriculars soon. She's starting gymnastics soon, and I think she's gonna have a really good time with that. So all in all, things have been going pretty good, honestly. She's been watching Sesame Street a lot lately, and she's a big fan of Sesame Street. She's been saying Elmo lately, so she likes Elmo, which, like, same kid. But she likes Elmo, but she calls him Melmo. And it's just really cute. I don't know. I love, she like will bring me her Elmo doll and she'll be like, Melmo? And I'm like, yeah, Melmo. Okay, that does enough, so. Boom! She's very special to me, that one. As she should be, because, you know, like, she came out of me and all that, but, like, very special to me. Let's see. Hot take. Hot take! Huh? Hot take. Whatever. Ooh, what's that? Hot 5 cards. Put the others in a lost zone. Oh, interesting. We're lost zone playing? Alright. I see how it is. This guy might wipe me just cause these Charizard EXs. Just cause they have so much health. You know what I mean? Draw 3. Not nearly enough, but it'll do for now. I've got so many babies in my deck. I'm trying to check real quick. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad about laughing. But all of the trending tags, like all of the trending themes on Twitter are, how do you miss? And you had one job. And I feel bad to laugh about an attempted assassination, but oh my god. The way people are raging is so funny. Holy shit. That's crazy. Like, I don't really talk about politics on stream because, like, I don't really keep up with politics and I don't really like them. But at the same time, whoa. Like, I feel like if there's ever a time to talk about politics, it's when there's an attempted assassination on somebody running for president, I think. You know what I mean? Cause it's just fucking crazy, is all. It's just a fucking crazy thing. Shit, that wasn't enough damage. I was hoping it would be. Well, I've lost. I lost. Yeah, I hate playing against Charizard decks because I hate the amount of health these bitches have. It's so fucking frustrating. Yeah, it's a wild thing to be happening. Apparently he threw up, people are saying. Some people think it's staged. I don't know. I will say the gunshots did sound weird, but at the same time, it could have been a silencer. Silencers make gunshots sound weird. Getting shot isn't healthy. You're gonna be throwing up. Yeah. Gore! Gore! Oh my god. I've had patients shit themselves after getting shot at? Or after getting shot? Yeah, I believe it. Getting shot is not fun. And your body does not know how to handle it. Simple as that. But I don't recommend getting shot, by the way. Will say cannot recommend getting shot. It is crazy the amount of historical events we are living through. I mean, how many people can say that they got to be around for not only 9/11, but also an attempted assassination on the president, or on the ex-president of the United States? Because he's not the current president. The current president's falling apart at the seams. Man. What the fuck? Jump scale. Are we talking about the thingy? The fact that somebody just attempted an assassination on the president of the United States? Yeah. Oh, the ex-president of the United States? Yeah. I don't know why I keep calling him the president. I mean, I guess he was at one point, but still, my monkey brain. He dodged a bullet, you could say. He didn't really dodge shit. Whoever was shooting at him just had really bad aim. Because I don't think they hit anybody else either. Which, honestly, yeah, it feels kind of staged. The fact that there were, what, you can hear 7 shots, 8 shots, and nobody got hit? Yeah, you would still call him former President Trump. Yeah, that's true. If you want to be honest, I'm very tired. You'd be surprised by how often that happens. I mean, I know you're right. But also, bro, what? There's a police shooting at 137 shots fired and only 7 connected. Oof. There were a lot of shots. No one was hit. Well, he was hit. His ear's bleeding. And I saw the video. I definitely, like, you heard it whiz by, and the people behind him ducked too. So I don't know if that first shot was... You know what I mean? But at the end of the day... Wild time. Supposedly they arrested the guy who was shooting. But it is crazy. A lot of people are saying it sounded like a BB gun. Which, if that hits you hard enough in the ear, it could. It definitely could make it seem like it could make you bleed. Gang, it's so over. I haven't heard a gun with a silencer in a long time, though. Oh, Sir Karen, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Pound. It's good to have you around. The whole thing's weird, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. The whole thing's weird. I'm glad you like it here. Yeah, it does look staged. Some people are claiming it's a BB gun with those fake, or like a red, those like red paint bullets or whatever. Or fake blood bullets. I don't know. I don't know, man. And like I said, I don't really talk about politics on stream at all. But also, like, the fuck's going on? Yeah, that was kind of my question. You hear 7 shots, but nobody else is shot or injured. As a professional shooter, nah. I don't know, man. Personally, if I were going to harm someone in that way, which I never would, this is just a hypothetical, I would be disappointed. No, not disappointed. I would off myself afterwards because of the fact that I failed that badly. So... But yeah, those shots are very rhythmic, the first 3, and the next 4 are kind of sporadic, but they're all done very quickly and back to back. So I don't know, man. The whole thing's strange. Either way, if this does turn out to be real... The way I personally would be so ashamed of myself. I don't really want to bounce, but I'll do it. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter if it's real or not. If you're assassinating someone publicly, there's no reason to use a silencer. If you don't want people to know where you were shooting from, so you get out of there, but... Because did they not use a silencer when they killed JFK? I would have thought for sure they did. But I genuinely cannot recall. I can look it up. Let me see. No, actually. There was no silencer when JFK was shot. Fascinating. That's true. And that was my question, because I was like, it's not loud enough to be... Those aren't loud enough to be bullets. I know what a gun sounds like. I know what it sounds like to fire off a bullet. That was not near loud enough. Unless it had a silencer. But if it had a silencer, you wouldn't have heard it on the mic. So, because that's like the whole point of a silencer. So, I don't know, man. The whole thing's weird. Bro, you could just take me out. What's happening right now? Why are we doing all this? Is this my first loss of the day or second loss? Might gain. Yeah, exactly. When I scream, it cuts off. It shouldn't do that anymore, but it still does from time to time. There you go, buddy. You did it. GG's. You got me. But yeah, no, we definitely need a proper investigation to be held. That's just true across the board, though. Man, we only went up run rank today. We're not doing great. He was only speaking for like 5 minutes before it happened. Okay, but I don't know if there's an appropriate time frame of when to kill a man who's currently undergoing a speech. Do you do it right at the beginning so he can't say anything else? Do you do it at the end? But yeah, it definitely deserves a full investigation because at the end of the day, that is the current running Republican nominee for the upcoming presidency. And if this was an actual assassination attempt, that needs to be uncovered immediately. Because that is fucking insane to be happening during the presidential elections. Simple as that. If it was faked, then it needs to be known. Not for like any real like political reason, but because if there are people out there that are actively attempting to assassinate the upcoming presidents or presidential candidates, it needs to be public knowledge. Simple as that. Yeah, real or not, an investigation would uncover a lot, and it is very important considering the current political climate with the presidential election. Look, I'm trying to stay midline, not for any real reason. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't like either of the current presidential candidates, but I just don't like getting political on stream because then it starts arguments in my chat, and then it's like, I get overwhelmed. I pretty much feel like that's the extent I'm willing to take it about my own personal like political thoughts is I don't like either candidate. This sucks for me. This is why the president should be determined by a Yu-Gi-Oh duel. I don't think either of the current people running for president could even understand the basic rules of Yu-Gi-Oh. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh duel would take at least 3 years to even get started. If you want me to be extremely honest with you. I still recommend carrying for those of you who don't. I don't carry out of a personal preference. The idea of carrying makes me extremely anxious. I was raised around guns, but I do not like being around guns at all. So I know how to work one, I know how to shoot one, they make me increasingly uncomfortable. But I'm also the type of woman who will stab someone if need be, so...
Oh.
Oh, I appreciate that actually. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's a much nicer hand. Thank you so much. I'm the type of woman who'll get stabbed if need be. Like, sometimes you just gotta be a little feral from time to time. Sometimes being a little feral is all you need. Boop, 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 boop. We're gonna hold off on the Defiance band. I was about to say some out-of-pocket shit. I apologize. Oh my goodness. Y'all are feral sometimes. Y'all are absolutely feral sometimes. Oh boy. Today's been a strange day. For everyone else. I'm fine. All right, we'll take that. Nice. Chat is a spitting image of the streamer. That's so true, actually. The way y'all mimic me so badly is ridiculous. Bye, Yagi! Thanks for coming. I like how Ducky comes in just to fish from time to time. She heard that I'm playing Pokemon the card game and fishing, and she was like, alright, I'm in. Damn. Nice beer bottle. Man, everybody's fishing. I wanna get in on that. Oh. Oh. Very nice. Ducky was born to fish. That's so fucking true, actually. It's a natural state of all ducks, being born to fish. Speaking of, what am I fishing? Oh, I'm a sleepy baby. An orange spotted spine foot. What the fuck? It's every 2 minutes, Kula. Has it been 2 minutes? I don't think so. What's happening? I don't understand these plays, man. I really don't. The memes? Oh, are they already started? I'm sure they have. I don't even know why I asked. Oh, boy. They're quick with it? Yeah. Yeah. But also, I don't think you can get shot in your ear without the person behind you also getting shot as well. I mean, I could be wrong, but... Shit. What are we doing, gang? What is happening? Oh man, you're fighting for your life in there, aren't you? Man, I feel kind of bad. I feel like I'm bullying this guy. I feel like I'm bullying this guy. We're about to bully this guy harder, actually. I know I didn't have to take the additional damage, but I chose to, just to really stick it to him. Also, I took some damage just to make him feel a little better. Because, like, he hasn't done any damage to me. I just wanted him to feel a little better about what he's doing. If he can get that combustion blast off, he wins. He at least takes this card. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, bud. Sweetie. Sweetie. Oh. Are you gonna try and fight it? They're gonna try and fight it, and honestly, I give kudos to them for that. They're gonna try and they're trying their best, yeah. He really is trying his best, and I can't even like I can't even shame him for that. Should I just not hit him? Should I just give him another turn to try and figure it out? Or is that like a pity thing and he'd just be upset at me for pitying him. I'll just go ahead and end it. Good game, bud. The attack damage done. 0. He didn't even get to touch me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hi, Morrison. How are you? That made me feel so guilty, actually. I should have at least let him get one hit in. Yeah, no, you're right. That is so fucked up. Put one of your basic Pokemon in all. Oh my god. Oh, I love that card. That's such a cute card. I can't read it. Search your deck for a card that evolves from this Pokemon and put it onto this Pokemon to evolve it, and then shuffle your deck. I'm gonna trade out my current EVs with these. Hold on. Or at least one of them. No, we'll do 2 of them. Well, I can only do one, so. Where's that other Eevee? Yeah, so I'll keep 2 for cheer up because that is nice to have. But if I don't have any in my hand, then there's no point. You know what I mean? So it's good to have 1 to use just in case if you don't have any energies in your hand. You know what I mean? Gore, I'm gonna send you something that's crazy. Because this was posted in 2019. Who goes first? Who goes first? Who goes first? Who goes first? Alright. Ooh, a ghost deck. I don't think I've fought against somebody with a ghost deck. Ooh, Mysterious Beam. That's a fun little move. That's a nice little move. Nice. Cool. Darkrai. And we don't have any of those, but we'll use it just to use a move. Coin flip. Unsuccessful. It's a basic Pokemon, not an evolution Pokemon, so kind of whatevs, but we're gonna do that again. Take a card. Let's see. What are they gonna do? Are they fucked? Arven, okay. That's a good pick. That's gonna save you right now. That's a good pick. Very nice. Because I was gonna say, you might be fucked, bestie. Tails. What would that have done to me? Real quick, what would that have done to me? Oh, it discards one of my energies. So I wouldn't have been able to hit him. That's feral. That's really funny, though. Ooh, more energies? Don't mind if I do. I think the shooter offed himself. What? I don't... That sounds strange. I heard that he got arrested. Yeah, I saw that he got arrested. He was carried out of the rally, so arrested might not be... I mean, I think it would be. There's a video of him being like... Oh, you make a good point. He's got blood all over his arm. Actually, yeah, you make a good point. He was carried out and he's got blood all over his arm. Yeah, it does look like he killed himself. Yeah. Actually, now that I'm looking at the video, yeah. Definitely doesn't look great, I'll tell you that. Oh, and somebody did get shot in the audience. Okay, so then that confirms that it was an actual gun. If somebody got shot in the audience, and that does confirm it was an actual gun. Weird sounding fucking gun. Hey! We're one rank away from Great League. Hell yeah. Hold on, let me take a look around. Let me see. Yeah, there are reports that the shooter has died. Huh. Let me check the news. At least one rally attendee and the gunman are dead after a shooting at the Trump rally. Posted 1 minute ago on CNN. A second spectator is in serious condition. Yeah. So. Yeah, news is claiming that the shooter is passed away, the shooter is deceased, an audience member is deceased, and another audience member is in serious condition. Yeah. So it does seem like those shots did hit. They just did not seem to hit their intended target outside of the ear, hitting him in the ear. The district attorney says that Trump is going to be okay and was removed by the U.S. Secret Service. Yeah, I just, oof. Oof. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, no, there's a photo of Trump on the floor and there's blood gushing from that ear. That's crazy. That is literally insane. Yeah, that's fucking insane. God, can everything just slow down for a second? Not Schlatt getting accused of trying to kill the former president. And Schlatt's like, what the fuck did I do? So fucking funny. Oh my god, yeah, that's nuts. I will say that that Shinzo Abe's killer is watching this from wherever he's at in the afterlife and is just like, That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh yeah, it always has the opposite effect. It always does, every time. Maybe I should start watching The Boys tonight. I feel like The Boys will touch on this in some way, shape, or form. I think maybe I should watch The Boys tonight. Hey, did y'all know a couple days ago was the 2-year anniversary of the doohickey assassination of Shinzo Abe? Off topic. Damn, old PC. Off topic, but that is, it's been 2 years since that. Also, I would like to say Alec Baldwin had, all of his charges dropped against him last night, so anyways, this is definitely going to ruin the tour, is all I have to say about it. This is definitely going to ruin the tour. Because this is one of those horrifyingly clear moments in history where you immediately know that everything's changed, but you can't see how yet. So something's changed. Something in history has changed. But I'm not quite sure what it is quite yet, and I'm a little scared. That's all I have to say about it. I'm a little scared at what this change is going to do to me. Oh man, this is going to ruin the tour. This is definitely going to ruin the tour. We are so cooked. Alright. You think there's gonna be an attempt against Biden? Oh, God. If that one happens, it'll probably be successful, because I think that man's holding on to it by a thread. Honestly, I think just the sound of the bullet might take him out. It's so unfortunate. Or he won't notice the bullet at all. Those are the two options. The sound of the bullet misses completely. Causes a heart attack, just the sound of it. Or the bullet hits, but doesn't hit anything lethal, and he doesn't even notice. He swats at it like a fly, and then moves on with the speech, so... Though I'm sure security is at like an all-time high right now. But yeah, anyways, back to Pokemon. Because the world may be going to hell, but Pokemon is forever. Why does Pokemon always happen to me when I'm living through the weirdest points of my life? I found out I was pregnant like 5 minutes before a Pokemon Presents for Scarby. Another Pokemon Presents happened like the night before I gave birth. I go to play Pokemon, and the former president of the United States has an attempted assassination attempt on his life. Pokemon is eternal, but it keeps happening to me in the weirdest times. To be fair, you consume a lot of Pokemon media, so the chances of those crossing are higher than average. God, you're so right, though. Fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Asexual gay non-binary coworkers said that they're really into Greek mythology, and I'm like, oh yeah, sure. Oh, fuck, that's me! Oh, that's crazy. Hold on. They're now saying that they're not sure if the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound or if someone else in the audience shot him to death. That's fucking crazy! Ah! I'd be embarrassed! God, I would be embarrassed! I miss, and then there's a possibility that somebody else kills me. I miss, and then there's a possibility that somebody else killed me. Oh, I would be rolling, and I'm not even in a grave yet. That's fucking insanity. You'd see me on my hands and knees in the afterlife. Hi, third word. It's been a crazy day, and it's only 7 p.m. Thank you for the hydrate. It is 7 p.m. Nim is in bed early, so it's time to kick back. Aw, I love Nim. I'm not even really paying attention to what's happening right now because I'm just keeping up with the news in another tab. Ah, the shooter at the Donald Trump rally was reportedly killed by the Secret Service. Wildin'. The Secret Service did their job? That's fucking crazy. I didn't know they knew how to do that. I didn't know the Secret Service knew how to do that. Oh no, third word, a person died. A person died and another person's like severely injured. So if it was staged, it was not staged well because he got one of his own supporters killed. Yeah. Yeah, a person died and the gunman is dead. And somebody else is like severely injured. So I was also leaning towards it potentially being staged, but as more news is coming out, I'm thinking that it's not. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy! Yeah, I figured it would be investigated as an attempted assassination. That's what it is! It was an assassination attempt! Oh, boy. We are fighting for our lives. Boy. Mufasa856, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you are having a fantastic day. We are trying our best. We are reading the news. We are playing Pokemon. That's fucking stupid. Why would you do that to me? Today is U.S. history. I am tired of living through historical events. I want a break. I want a normal election. Just once. I want a normal election. I want people to be nice. I want peace for all. Yeah, why did our parents get all the normal elections and cheap housing? That's some bullshit. Where's Bunny's Passy? Probably in bed somewhere. Guns aren't legal where you live? No, you don't want a gun, I promise you. You're living a much safer and happier life somewhere where guns aren't legal. I guarantee it. I don't get paid enough to deal with American politics. Same! This is my full-time job, but still, fuck! Let me go play Pokemon somewhere safe. Or my daughter's not gonna get shot in her elementary school, maybe. CNN said Trump fell. I mean, it looked like he dropped. I mean, he ducked for sure. I don't know if he fell, but Brosa definitely ducked. I can tell you that. Noise. As a Texas resident, yeah, fellow Texan, woo! Oh God, I just I don't want to live here no more. I don't like it. I'm scared. I'm scared, Daddy. Let me go home. This sucks. This sucks. See, Kula, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. I don't much care for it here. Personally. Oh yeah, y'all are about to get another hurricane, aren't you? Not us. That's why I don't live next to the ocean. Yes. Texas. Though, I will say I did apply for a new job. It shouldn't affect my streaming, so I can talk about it. I did apply for a new job. And, if I get through all my, shit and I get hired, I'll probably have to move. So... I'll either move or I might relocate. I don't know. I haven't decided. Is it a good job? I think so. I think it's a good job. For sure. I get the job too, honestly. But what about Gore and the baby? I mean, they'd come with me if I moved. I'm not leaving them here. If I move, we move as like a household. I am the home, so we would all move. Yeah, Gore works from home, so Gore would be able to move too. But it would be like the joint household would stand up, we'd lift our skirts, and we'd shuffle somewhere else. Bye, my betrothed and loin beans. I must part ways with you for capitalism. Yeah, I think that's what people think is about to happen. Single dad Gore era. So true. Yeah, don't tell Kula. Nobody tell Kula, but we'd move, yeah. I wasn't sure if you had a home or a workplace job. Yeah, he has a workplace job. I'm about to put your little pansy ass to sleep, and we're gonna see how you like it. Who said Gore was single? I think Kula missed the whole point of the conversation there. Fake news, fake news. Gore's not single, fake news. Alright, so what we're gonna do... Definitely gonna do damage to this guy. I'll pay for your Pokemon addiction. Bitch, it's my Pokemon addiction. I'm here because I want to be. We're doing a setup, okay? We're probably going to lose Umbreon on this round, but it's okay because we're doing a setup. Yeah, Gore's banned himself. He's living vicariously through me. To the point that before I started stream, Gore got off work today and he came and he grabbed Bunny off my lap. Because we just woke up from a nap, and he grabbed Bunny out of the bed. And then he looked at me, and I shit you not. Instead of being like, "Hi babe, how are you? Oh, are you ready for stream? Oh, how has your day been?" He looked at me and went, "Do you want me to go buy you do you want me to go buy you another pack of Pokemon cards?" No! I don't! The fuck? He bought me 4 packs of Pokemon cards over the last 5 days! After telling me that I had to pay for my own addictions. He was like, if you're gonna get addicted to Pokemon cards, you have to pay for your own addictions. Those are the rules. And I was like, okay, I can do that. And then he goes every day and buys me Pokemon cards. And I'm like, what is happening right now? Huh? I mean, I do want more Pokemon cards, but like, I don't have enough space. I need a binder. I need a bigger binder than what I currently have. Yeah, it is. It sure is low kicks time, huh? I don't know why I was like hovering. I was like thinking about it. Do some extra damage. Grab the other low kick. Shit! That's not gonna be enough! Oh well, it'll have to work for now. Sounds like it's time to invest in the binder. Yeah. Look, if I stop streaming in like another hour, Gore will probably take me to Walmart and get me a binder if I ask. Also, hi, Drakina. I got more space after I sealed my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah, that's probably true. Gore is extremely hot. You make a really good point. However, you could have bounced and saved low kicks. I could have. I could have bounced and came back. You make a good point. It's good to see you too. How have you been? I didn't even think about it, if you want me to be completely honest. But all of these are basics, so... I could take them out with Houndoom. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, all 3 Pokemon that are here right now, I can take out. How's Pokemon the card game? Really fun. I'm having a great time. Honestly. I love this game, though. Alright. That's the plan. Sell Gore's Yu-Gi-Oh binder and then take his binder. Oh, you make a good point. Gore does have a shit ton of cards in his Yu-Gi-Oh binder, so I could do that. That does 20. So 2, 4, 6, 2. Oh, you're not doing that. Okay. That's not gonna save you either. What the fuck? What's the plan here? You're gonna do Combustion Blast, but like that's not enough to save you. Which is fine, I guess. Your binder's up in the closet. I do know that. Yeah, I don't know where your deck box is either. It's probably in storage somewhere. God, half of our shit's in storage because we live with so many other people. There are like 7 people that live in this fucking house at all times, dude. It is so hectic. I cannot wait till we have a place of our own. Because right now, it is far too hectic for me in here. Damn. Okay, so this is gonna be down to whether or not I can take out this Dragapult. Which I will be able to. So, actually, this is fine. Because the Dragapult's gonna get 2 for taking out Houndoom. Mokoko and Fuwawa. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. This is a tight fight, actually. Why, yee, welcome back. Nope, it's not tight. He just won. You've got to be fucking with me. That was some fucking... That was a good play. I can't even deny it. Like, that was a really good play. Oh, and it took me out of my Bulbasaur rank, you piece of shit. Ugh. Jesus, okay. I'm, like, hot. I need a break for a second. Crazy. I'm hot. I need a break. Anyone got any packs for me to open? Shut up. I don't need more packs. I could buy some anyways, but I don't need any. Gore's addicted to opening packs, gang. Oh. God, I'm tired. Gore loves gambling. That's so true. Oh, I might just do some just chatting for a little bit because I am sleepy. I'm not done with stream, but I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from Pokemon. It's like frying my brain a little bit. Ugh. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like frying my brain, man. Frying my fucking brain. Ugh. How are we doing, gang? We having a good one? Are we feeling good? Are we feeling clean? The TM Devo? See me take 5. Oh, that's crazy. You want to power wash them? Let me open. Hold on. Let me open Steam and even see if it needs to be updated because I could power wash them. Oh, it does need to be updated. Hold on, we can update it. Or Stardew. Oh, Stardew definitely needs to be updated, and that's with all my mods, so I need to like fix that. We're talking about our Lord and Savior Pingus, like penis, like dick. Say hello to dick. Ugh. I've got a booger stuck to my fucking septum ring.
Oh.
The worst.
Oh.
Fucking hate it here.
Oh.
Alright, power sim's updating. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Oh, it's at 70%. It's almost. So gang, how are we doing? Woo! Are we having a good day? Hey everybody, real quick, if you have meds that you need to take, go take your meds. Go on. Take your meds. Go take them. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Go take your meds. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Go take your meds. Don't forget. Gotta take your meds. Go take them. We're taking a break. We're waiting for the game to install. Go take your meds. No, I took my meds. I took my meds already. I took my meds when I ate dinner. Don't raw dog life. Go take your meds. Go on. Does the silly juice count as meds? Not quite. But how about you take your meds with the silly juice? Not a bad idea. Alright, go on. Go on. Go on, chat. Go on. Go on, chat. Take your meds. Catch. Wait. What kind of silly juice are we talking about? I thought we were talking about Dr. Pepper. Are we talking about alcohol? Because if you're drinking alcohol, don't take your meds. Don't take your meds if you're taking alcohol. Don't crossfade. I'm so sorry. I thought we were talking about Dr. Pepper. That is my silly juice. I forgot alcohol existed. If you are taking alcohol, do not take your meds. Don't do that. If it is alcohol time, do not take your meds. My bad. I thought we were talking about soda. I don't drink often. I used to drink a lot. I don't drink that much anymore. So sometimes I forget that, like, that's a whole thing. I forget sometimes. I'm so sorry. Don't do that. Don't do that. Alright. Power wash sim is complete. Yeah, drink plenty of water. I don't do that. I've got really bad teeth. Bro, really? Sorry. The dog went into his kennel. Oh, speaking of, let me feed him real quick. But he went into his kennel. I'm gonna take y'all with me when I feed him. He went into his kennel and started scratching. And it was causing his kennel to shake. Oh, okay. Let's get some food for the boy. Food. Oh, Gore, we need to go get him more food. He's got enough for dinner, but I don't know. Oh, you already knew? Gore! I'm disappointed in you. Here you go, Merlin. Merlin is currently a fungus dog. Anyways, I'm back. Merlin is currently a funga dog. A fungy bungy. I'm not dead. I'm right here. 2 beers count as meal? No, absolutely not. I can't believe you knew that he needed more food. And he doesn't have any. I don't know. I don't even remember what I said, if you want me to be completely honest with you. Hold on. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna jam. You wanna jam, chat? Yeah, Gore's gonna get Pokemon cards instead of fucking- oh. Gore's about to go get me fucking Pokemon cards instead of feeding the dog. Blasphemy. Crazy, but you like that. I buy you back daisies on your nightstand. Never forget I blossom in the moonlight. True eye. I'm going. Alright, good job. Good boy. Everybody tell Gore that he's a good boy. Ugh. He's gonna take my music too. And then we're gonna have to fight him for it. Alright. Gotta get low sometimes. Gotta get low. Alright, so we got the fin. The fuck's going on with the wrist, however? What'd I miss on the wrist? The wrist. Oh. There's like a whole section that's not done. There we go. Problem solved. Figured it out. Thank you so much for calling Gore a good boy. It helps motivate him to get his shit done. Alright, so what we're gonna do... We're gonna get the base. Oh, Jesus. Alright. There we go. I can choose not to take the music, can you? Alright. You gotta always start at the base of the shaft, gang. If you don't start at the base of the shaft, bad things will happen to you and your loved ones. It's not a threat, it's just the truth. I'm so sorry. I hate to be the one to be the bearer of bad news, but we start at the base of the shaft always. Forever and always. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Alright, gang. If you buy the Gardevoir EX deck, you can get a really good deck to play. Ooh, that's good to know. I do like Gardevoir. I do think she is a nice lady. Chat thought I was gonna say something else, but I wasn't. Chat always assumes the worst out of me. Chat always assumes the worst out of me. Which I think is unfair. Alright. How did I get under? I didn't mean for this to happen. I was just trying to... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, gods. I just wanted to get the shaft. I just want to start at the base. I may have made a mistake by trying to start at the base. Alright, baby. Alright, alright. I wanna buy a house, but the house market trash. I don't even switch sides. Yeah, alright, alright. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh. Brick. Up, 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 up. We missed a spot. This is why I'd start with the tip. See, Yiggy, I think that's definitely a bold choice, but I can't sanction it. You know? I just can't sanction it. I suppose it could be pointing to the stars. What, the giant fucking hand? Yeah, I suppose it could be. I fucking haven't given it much thought. I'm a little busy. Anyways. Harpy hair, where have you buried all your children? Tell me so I say. Doo -doo 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 -doo. I only think the best of people because I'm a nice guy. I don't know. That could mean a lot of different things. Alright, anyways, I needed some party music. Are you a man? 'Cause I'm a bitch. Looking for some dick. I'm about a cool. Don't even know to live for plenty. I'm down to be right like this. Fuck it up, gang. I'm turning up the music. I want y'all to dance. Big ride, joyride. I'm just looking for a good time tonight. Fuck it up, gang. Hit it. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Yeah, 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 yeah. With the joyride. Sorry if I'm making y'all motion sick with the joyride. Sorry, was I making y'all motion sick? Joyride. Hear that? Joyride. On the road. But I'm wearing clothes. Well, I am mother. You want kids? Well, I am mother. Joyride. I'm just looking for a good time tonight. Get it. Make it fine. Fine. It's a joyride. This is for the joyride. Sorry, I love fucking around like that. It's like one of my favorite things to do. Just for that joyride. Alright, here's another one for you, gang. It's your favorite. That's the way I like to roll. Dun, 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 dun. I love just turning on music that I know you guys love and just watching y'all lose your shit in the chat. It's so funny to me. You have a kid and pets, so you can't be that bad? I mean, there are a lot of really bad moms out there, but I appreciate that. Oh, I missed. There we go. There we go. Dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum. I just love looking at chat and it's just y'all fucking it up to my music. It is so funny. Also, once again, if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, sorry, you miss out on all the fun music that gets censored out of YouTube videos. Maybe you should come check me out here at twitch.tv/cyberpeachgirl. All one word, no caps. Or if you know it's a little too much for y'all, you can't remember it. It's okay, I understand. Try clicking that about me at on my page. It'll tell you exactly where you can find me. I stream 5 days a week. I'm off on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I stream 5 days a week at 5 p.m. CST. Get in here. Dance to some music with me. I want to meet you. I want to see you. That's not high enough. We're almost there. We're a bit of... Alright, there we go. That's the way I like to roll. I love that. For Twitch streamers, this is, or for YouTube watchers, this is pure silence outside of the sound of the water gun. And so it just looks like I'm fucking it up to nothing. It's really funny and does not translate well. Which honestly I think is my favorite part about it, is the fact that it doesn't translate well. Oh, hell yeah. Time to get a little country with it. Wumble out of bed and stumble to the kitchen. Pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come alive. Up in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Read the purpose, I are jumping and round like me on the job from 9 to 5. Sing it! Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Ready to ride. Don't taking in no whiffing. Who's your hand? Birthday to credit. There's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. Centers and devotion. Do-da-da. Prepare for motion. Move ahead. Some bombs that menace out to get me. Bad people don't usually have kids or pets. They usually have kids or one pet. I guess that's true. Maybe. I don't really know. Take away. No better your hands. Ugh. There we go. God, we're getting so good. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Alright, we're going up and down. And up and down. I'm on the field of psychology and my input on that is dance, 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 dance. You know, I heard psychologists say dancing is really good for you emotionally, so. And I think with how crazy today's been, it's only okay. It's only right to dance. I showed Gore Footloose for the first time the other day. Gore had never watched fucking Footloose. I forgot about how fucking ridiculous that movie is. They said dancing leads to premarital sex. And I said, me bumping and grinding on Billy Bob Joe at the fucking club may lead to premarital sex, but I guarantee you it wasn't the bumping and grinding, it was the 4 lemon drop shots I had prior to the bumping and grinding. That's all I have to say about it. That's all I gotta say about it. It was them damn lemon drops. The fuck are we talking about? What are these big words you speak of? I don't know what that means. Can I jump up here? Oh, I can. Okay. Nice. I don't think I want to be doing this in here, but I am, so. Meow. What if I fucked your mom for fun? There's no sounds. The engines draw. Our ones set free to run. See, I sing all the music that I play so that way at least the YouTube viewers can feel like they were a part of it. Hey! Time is the server the entry to other place. Wines burn as the fingers fall. Inside we dream. I know. What is this? The riff got me feeling kind of dirty. Baby, that's Deftones. Time discover the entries to other place. Stay with me as we cross the empty skies. Oh, stay with me. Deftones is my go-to fucking music. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, if music has to play while I'm having sex, it's Deftones, baby. Slow down as the engines roll. Our minds catch sail, explode. Time to discover the entry to other place. Time. God, there are gonna be spots on this that I'm really gonna struggle to reach. Alright. Stay with me as we cross the empty skies. Oh, stay with me. Nearby and dream. Dog food gathered? Oh, thank God, because this dog just ate all of what was left, and I'm about to let him out of that bedroom, so. Oh, stay with me. Hold on, let me let the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back! I'm back! I grabbed some tortillas. I'm sorry. I grabbed some tortas. I grabbed some tortillas. I'm back! Do I buy Peach more Pokemon cards while I'm out? No! Gore! Stop it! I had to grab some tortillas. Yeah, could you imagine getting fingered by this fucking statue? Sorry. I know it's a bit out of pocket, but like, what the fuck? This thing's huge. And you expect me not to think about it? Like, who do you think I am? God? Is that an actual no or just a no until you get off stream? What do you mean by that? I don't need more, Gore. They're meant to be bought as treats. I have not done anything that makes me deserving of a treat. What have I done to deserve a treat? Oh, yeah, I guess I am working on a secret project that I can't talk about. That I've been working really hard on. Alright, yeah, you can buy me Pokemon cards for that. I'll accept it. Sorry, I forgot. I've been working on a top secret project. That I've been working my ass off on, like, day and night. So maybe I do deserve a little bit of a treat. Yeah, buy me some cards. Fuck it. Middle. I think it's a middle. I think I've worked hard enough for a middle prize, I think. I don't know. You buy me whatever pack you think I deserve for how hard I've worked. How about that? Or comes back with like a single card. He's like, yeah, I asked them to separate the deck for me. That'd be really funny. Can I buy Target gift cards online? I'm sure you can. Are you asking me to add them to Throne so that y'all can make my addiction worse? Is that what I'm being asked right now? Or are you genuinely curious? Oh, bo, 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 bo. Alright, what else did I miss? I've been ghosting along, ghosting the... Gotta crowdfund my addiction. No! I can't get that bad. I'll never live it down. I opened the deck beforehand. I got you the shittiest card. Yeah, honestly. Look, I've worked really hard on said secret project, but I don't know if I've worked hard enough to deserve, like a really expensive card, you know? So honestly, fair enough. God, all my R&B is playing right now. Which is fine. I like R&B, but I'm kind of like I'm like I was hoping for more hype songs. Hey Ducky, you know you can catch a you know you can catch a rubber duck in there? So now you have to keep fishing until you catch a rubber duck. Sorry, I don't make the rules. The R&B about to have me. Hey, hey, hey! Look, I knew some bangers would start. I just had to find the bangers first. You know what I mean? Damn, we're 50% done already? That's wild. Oh no, Teddy! Teddy! He probably did. He's a fucking little rascal, that one. Singing brim bum bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. Brim bum bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. Alright. We're gonna do the top now. We took care of the bottom, it's time to take care of the top. I love the little aliens. I went to the Heb. I got some tortillas and made the best taquitos I've ever had in my entire life. I'm so fucking proud of myself. They were so fucking delicious, dude. They're shredded chicken taquitos, and I made like almost 30 of them. And they were gone within like 2 days. I'm surprised Kuma hasn't beaten him. Kuma's been a good big brother. For the most part. Yeah, I went to the Heb. What's the fucking command for, hold on. What's the command to make it stick? That's what it is. Okay. Hey, alright, there you go. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. For the most part, look. We can't all always be good big siblings. We do our best, though. I really did eat something I was allergic to earlier. And God, my mouth is on fire. Dumbass. I'm the dumbass, by the way. I would just like to make that abundantly clear. I didn't mean to! It was on accident! My roommate made queso. She made brisket queso that she got from the Heb. And it burnt, so I was like, I'm sure everything on the inside is cooked fine. Well, no, I'm allergic to fucking raw onions, and the onions, I guess, didn't cook enough to not be toxic to me. And so I ate half a fucking thing of queso before I realized, and it hurts now. I didn't know! I'm sorry. My dog either did not puke or I cannot find it. Oh god, you'll find it later. You'll find it when you least expect it. He'll make sure of it. Yeah, it's not like a deadly allergy. It just, my mouth hurts now. And my throat hurts a little bit, but it's fine. I'll live. I'm eating a tortilla. It'll wash it away. God, there's so much on this hand. Would y'all believe me if I told you that this song is called Teenage Pregnancy? It was just a little mistake. Uh-oh, Ducky caught a vape. Ducky got caught vaping at the local duck school for ducks. And their ducky friends. Ducky's gonna get expelled. What a horrible time to be a duck. This is the shit I listen to, the Isekai of music. It's an old ass song, dude. I've been listening to that song since like high school. Cause I want what? My feet aren't on the ground. Why am I so high up? What the fuck? There we go. That scared the fucking bejesus out of me. Fucking under a bridge, high off the fence. No, that's a fucking damn. Is that what happens after you get expelled? That's the next stage? You start taking fentanyl? Fun fact, Bunny has had fentanyl, so... But she was given fentanyl because they had to stick needles in her eyes. So... I think I'd want some fentanyl for that too, honestly. I ain't never represent, baby. Do no wrong. Yeah, so, you know, sometimes your doctors stick needles in your eyes and they give you fentanyl first when you're like 2 months old. The needles were necessary. The doctors didn't just decide one day that they wanted to dope up my daughter with fentanyl and then give her a needle injection to the eye, I promise. We had long conversations about it before we did it. It didn't just like happen. Look, say what you will about me being a survivor, Bunny's a fucking survivor, dude. Like, a lot of people are like, oh my god, Peach, you're so resilient, you're so cool, you're so impactful to me, like, you inspire me, you're so inspirational, and I'm like, I'm inspiring. Fuck that. Y'all should see my infant. She's way more inspiring than I could ever be. Like, are you kidding me right now? She is so much cooler than me. I don't know how I feel about your chat impression. Oh, y'all, you're right. Y'all aren't ever that nice to me. You make a good point. I'm not gonna force y'all to listen to this fucking redneck hickey shit. Or that. Y'all are right. Y'all aren't that nice to me. You're correct. Black Panther. Look, I was trying to amp myself up, but whatever. And this is why I do top secret projects and I don't tell y'all shit. Y'all are why I have self-confidence issues. Oh, the voice I did? It was just my voice. What? Did I do a voice? I could have made y'all sound like nerds. You had a cadence? Oh, well, look, it wasn't on purpose, I promise. But now that y'all are mean to me, now I'm definitely gonna make y'all sound like nerds. Next time I talk from y'all's perspective, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, so I love Peach so much. I think she's so cool. Bro, my brothers went to AX. Without me, by the way. Assholes. Didn't even tell me they were gonna be there. But they did buy me stuff, so I can't be mad. Anyways. They went to AX. And they came over, the other day. Because they're going, like, out with their dad or whatever. So they're my brothers-in-law, but I just call them my brothers. Anyways. They came over, because they went on a trip with their dad a couple days ago. But they showed up in the middle of the night because they had to work before they came over. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll be awake. So just have them text me when they get here and I'll unlock the door. And they're like, all right, bet. So they get here at like midnight. And I love them so much. And they're so sweet. They're like adults. Like one's like late teens. The other one's like a young adult. But I adore them. They're so funny. And so they were talking to me about VTuber stuff because they bought me merch from the VShojo booth. And so they were asking me about VShojo and VTuber stuff. And they were like, bro, we got a video of it and I'll show it to you in a little bit. But he was like, hold on, let me find this video. And I was like, find this video of what? And he was like, bro, there's this girl walking next to us. And I didn't think anything of it. This guy ran up to her, and turns out, I guess she's a VTuber or something. Because this guy ran up to her and like dropped to his knees in front of her and was like screaming her name. And like, she looks so scared. And so he shows me this fucking video. And I'm like, oh my god. I was like, yeah, that's the VTuber sphere, dude. Like that, some of our fans are just like that. And he was like, what? Like, because they know what I do. They know I'm a VTuber. But he was shook. Like, he just watches anime. That's why he went to AX. He doesn't watch VTubers. So he was like, yeah, you asked if I could get you some merch for that VTuber group, and you sent me like where their booth was at so I wouldn't get lost. You didn't have to. They were right next to the doors when I came in. And I was like, they were? And he was like, yeah. He was like, all of the VTubers were like right next to the doors as soon as we came in. He was like, there's like Hololive there, and V-Shoujo was there. And I was like, oh my god. But he was shook. But yeah, no, dude literally walked up to a VTuber that was there, drops to his knees and is like yelling her name and was like, I love you so much. Thank you so much for streaming. Your streams changed my life. Which, like, very sweet thing to say. But when you are like on your hands and knees in front of a woman, like, bro, you're scaring the hoes. Gore, what are you doing? Why are you asking Ducky to check her DMs? What's happening? But I don't know. They just showed me that video and I was like, you're scaring the hoes, dude. The hoe being your favorite streamer. You're scaring her. Like, chill out, man. I'm so grateful that every interaction I've had with my own viewers has been like so chill. Because I'm gonna be so real with y'all. If one of y'all ran at me like that, I would have beat your ass before you had a chance to even like drop to your knees. Like, you would have dropped to your knees, but it would not have been of your own free will. It would have been because I panicked and smacked the shit out of you. Because, like, every interaction I've had with my viewers has been so nice and tame in public. Like, I'm like, man, my viewers are the best. Like, they're so chill. And thank God for it, because I think that would have scared the shit out of me. Look, I talk all the time about how I have agoraphobia, so if I'm even out in public for y'all to meet me, you better take that as a saving grace, and you better act right, because, you act wrong one too many times. I'm not going out in public anymore. I'm scared. I am like a skittish horse. If you don't get your shit together and you scare me, I'm not coming back out. I'm going back in my barn. I'm staying there. You have agoraphobia? Somebody makes that joke every single time I say I have agoraphobia. I shit you not, Yiggy. Metal 10 or big pack? I like the 10s. I need another 10, so I'll say 10. Yeah. Ooh. Oh my god. But yeah, no, like, y'all freaked me out one too many times at a convention. Y'all, the only place y'all are gonna be seeing me is through the bars of your prison cell. When I come to apologize for calling the cops on you. And stabbing you in self-defense. I was an inch far away from making that joke. Everybody does. I get it at least once. But it's okay. When we were in high school, a lot of people wanted us to date because we were just like really close friends. Would it be weird to say that we were almost like siblings when we were in high school? Like that's just how much time we spent together and how well we understood each other. And everybody really wanted us to date. And so they came up with a ship name for us using our like names. I've changed my name since then. So I don't really mind talking about this. But they came up with a ship name for us, which was Hannibal, like Lecter, like the serial killer. And there were like whole group chats dedicated to like waiting to see if we would start dating. There were like whole ass group chats where people were like, I saw them today. They were sitting rather close. Do you think maybe? I swear I saw them holding hands today. Do you think maybe they made it official and they haven't told anyone? Perchance? It was fucking wild. I was like, not me having fans. And I don't even want to be here. I was like drunk consistently throughout high school too. So most of the time they saw me and Gore like physically touching, it was because I was trying not to fall over because I was drunk all the time and yet insisted on wearing high heels to my fucking high school that was 4 stories tall and I had to walk up 4 stories of stairs, 4 flights of stairs every day on a fucking rotating staircase like it was some fucking Harry Potter shit. So stupid. But yeah, no, fucking true story. I wish I was bullshitting y'all, but I am not actually. Not that I ever really bullshit y'all on like stories about my past, but like that one is 100% true. God, I wish I still had people from high school that I talked to because I would drag them. I would drag them onto my Twitch channel just so that they could prove that I'm not lying about this. It was that wild. Like, you know how bad people want y'all to date when they start making group chats and ship names? It was crazy. And never once did anybody think, maybe we're taking this too far. But I mean, hey, they got what they wanted. We did start dating immediately after, as soon as we graduated. So they got what they wanted. At like what cost, though? Where am I missing? I'm missing a spot on this fucking webbing. Yeah, for free 99. Did you hold off on dating despite them? No. So I actually asked Gore out in high school once. And he turned me down because at the time he was religious. I will not say which religion group he was a part of, but he was religious and I was not, and he took his religion very seriously at the time. To the point that he was not interested in being with anybody who was not from said religion. Which was fine, I guess. It obviously that didn't stick. And we just continued being friends. Like, we just kind of acted like I never even asked him out. And then a year later, he asked me out, and I turned him down because I was dating somebody else long distance at the time, and he didn't know that. And when he found out, he was like super supportive, and like literally never did anything but like hype up my relationship with this other person. He was extremely supportive about it. And then I broke up with that guy And I don't think Gora was gonna ask me out again, if you want me to be completely honest. I don't think he was. But we were still, like, super close. Like, I was literally living with him at the time. I'm missing something on this webbing, and I cannot figure out where it is. But we were like literally living together at that point. I had gotten kicked out of my house and I moved in with him. His mom let me move in with them. So I had literally moved in with them. And I was literally living with him. And I don't think he was ever gonna ask me out again. Oh yeah. But I ended up asking him out again because we joined a Discord server together that he was in. He had been in it for a while, but he added me to it later on. And he was flirting with his white bitch. I didn't need to bring up that she was white. It has nothing to do with anything. It was just a descriptor. But he was flirting with her. And I got super jealous about it because I was literally sucking his dick. But we weren't dating. And I was like, this is bullshit. And so I was like, either you date me or you're not getting your dick sucked anymore. And he was like, you know what? That's fair. And we've been dating ever since. And it's been like 10 years now. Date me! But like also we had gone through a bunch of shit at that point. Like he had been there for like I had attempted suicide once and he had been there for that. I got kicked out of a friend's house while I was living there, and they threatened to toss all my shit out on trash day. He was there for that. My aunt was financially abusing me, and I was like super in a bad place. He was there for that. So like we had been through shit as if like we were an actual couple. Were you mid-suck when you asked? No. I was post-suck, slurping on a Slurpee from 7-Eleven because I don't spit, and I deeply regret it because at the time his entire diet was fucking frozen pizzas. I don't regret it. It was my choice, but still. The lore goes crazy. It does. Bunny, Bubbles, I want to live in that mansion. Playboy Bunny, what's happening? Look, I don't have a nice romantic story. We were literally talking the other day. You make me sound so dreamy. Okay, but was I wrong? How would you word what happened? I want to know. How would you word what happened? You hit him with that, you like that? Date me or there's no more. I kinda did, yeah, pretty much. Like, boy, you want pussy? You better make it official. If you like pussy, you better make it official. Oh no, that's exactly what happened. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad you weren't gonna sit here and try and lie to these people. Oh god. Our relationship, while amazing in so many ways, has also been so fucking chaotic. Like, we were talking, I got my engagement ring in the mail the other day, and we were looking at it in the car, and that's when I took those photos at Chili's, which we did actually go eat at Chili's, by the way. That's why we were there. I just happened to get my engagement ring the same day. And so we were talking about it, and he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna take this because I wanna actually like propose to you this time, like nicely, because he has proposed to me before. That's why I call him my husband. He proposed to me like 4 years ago. And he's like, but I want to do it right this time. And I was like, all right, cool. You can take the ring then and hide it somewhere and do it right if that's what you want to do. And he was like, I can't let Chat down. I was like, dude, I've never even told Chat how you proposed to me the first time. And he was like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. Like, that's just how our relationship has always been, though. I thought you just went to Chili's for the photo op. No, we actually ate at Chili's. You know, this song matches the chaos of our relationship. No, we actually ate at Chili's with Bunny, with the ring on the table. Because we kept opening it to look at the ring. So, yeah, no, we did actually eat at Chili's while we were there. Gasolina. Yeah, so Gore's got to redo his proposal because he wants me to have one romantic relationship story to tell on stream. Dame más gasolina. Look, we'll get there. I think that's what makes our relationship so fun, is that we never know what the fuck's about to happen to us. In both good and bad ways. Dame más gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Gore, is it okay if I tell them how you proposed to me the first time? Are you okay with that, or have I embarrassed you too much on stream today? And if I am embarrassing you, please tell me to shut up. I will shut up. I will absolutely shut up if I am embarrassing you. I'm pretty sure you said it before, but go for it. Okay, so at the time, I worked in some stables for a LARPing place. I won't say the place by name, but it's like the dinner and show kind of situation. Hold on, I'm gonna pause the music while I say this. But yeah, so I worked at this place, and at the time, I worked with horses, there, and then I moved up to ticket sales once my, fucking, what's it called? My autoimmune disorder got worse. And I couldn't really stand as easily. Oh, Jesus, that's such a big fucking box, bro. Huh? That box is huge. What the fuck? Thank you. Sorry, Gore just came in here with the biggest fucking box of Pokemon cards. This is not at all what I thought he was doing when he asked if I wanted a tin. I thought it was like the tin I got. This thing's fucking massive. Alright, we'll boot back up Pokemon in a little bit so I can scan all these cards. But yeah, no, so this man, I worked at this place, and I worked with the horses for a while, and then I ended up being transferred to like ticket sales, which was fun. I had a really good time. When it became unsafe for me to work with the horses due to my condition. And so this guy gets his mom, you know, we've been together for like 5 years at this point or something. And his mom was cleaning her room and like cleaning out her stuff and was like, oh, here's my old wedding rings from when I was married to your dad, because his mom and dad are divorced. And so she was like, "Here, I want to give these to you. So if you and Peach want to use them if you want to use my old wedding ring when you propose to Peach, you can. So I'd like to give these to you." And so she gave them to him for him to use. Very nice, very romantic, very sweet. This man proceeds to text me. I feel like giving a ring from a divorce is bad luck. Yeah, it is, and we'll get into that. Either way, this man proceeds to text me while I'm at work and go, "You're not gonna believe this. I've got a surprise for you." I'm like, oh shit, this man commissioned me art. Because at the time, we were in that fucking One Piece roleplay server together, and we would commission art of each other's characters from time to time as like gifts. And so I was like, oh fuck yeah, this man commissioned me art of my character. This is great. It must have just come in. I'm super excited. But he was like, well, I want to show it to you. I was like, oh cool, can you send it to me? And he was like, no, I gotta show it to you in person. And I was like, man, this art must be super special. This art must be some super special art. If he wants to be there to see my reaction to it, it must be pretty fucking good. It must have come out real fucking well. And I'm like, all right, bet. So he comes to pick me up from work because my car was busted and blue. Nice Gorillaz reference, Beach, smooth. Anyways, my car was busted to hell and back. So he comes to pick me up from work. And I need you to know, I worked a 12-hour shift. I had been on my feet all day. Like, my feet were hurting. Like, even just having my feet in shoes was painful. Like, have you ever had that? Like, where you've stood on your feet so much that even just having, like, a blanket touching your feet is too much? Like, it hurts. That's where I was at. I was there. It was the fucking worst. I was tired. My arms hurt from carrying bar drinks out to the patrons that were watching the show. You know, I hadn't had a bad day necessarily, but it was a long day. More than anything else. So I go outside, get in the car, excited to see some art. Real excited to see some pretty art. And so I get out in the car, and I'm like, all right, what's the surprise? And this man goes on to tell me, oh, well, my mom was cleaning her room today. And I was like, oh, sometimes his mom gives me, like, her old clothes. She must, like, his mom was, like, a goth back in the day. Like, she was, like, a very pretty goth. And so sometimes she gives me her old clothes. And so I was like, oh, she must have found something that she knew I was going to love, and he must have brought it with him. I was like, oh, this is going to be so great, right? So he's telling me, you know, about his mom and everything. Pulls out his mom's old wedding ring and hands it to me. And he goes, my mom gave it to me so I could propose to you. And I went, nice. Pretty ring. And he was like, yeah. And then we just kind of sat there. As I realized I was currently being proposed to. And I think as he realized, I don't think this is how she wanted to be proposed to. And we just kind of sat in the car, in the parking lot, specifically the staff parking lot of this fucking place that I worked, which, may I add, was right next to the fucking dumpsters where we drop horse shit. And I was like, huh. Yeah, next to the horse stalls where we dropped the horse shit. And I told him thank you. And he was very emotional about the situation. And I put the ring on and it didn't fit me because, you know, he had just gotten it. So he didn't bother to go, like, get it sized or anything. And I told him, I was like, oh, well, we're gonna have to get this size, like, it doesn't fit me. And he was like, oh, yeah, that's fine. And then it got put on a necklace that I couldn't even wear with me to work because I wasn't allowed to wear jewelry unless, like, it was a wedding ring on my finger. And then I never wore it again. And then I broke up with him at one point, like, a year and a half, 2 years later, and I gave it back to him. And I specifically told him that if we got back together and he decided that he wanted to marry me again, he needed to get me my own ring this time. And so that ring is currently sitting in our bedroom in a coin jar. And I have a new ring now that I got to pick. But also, like, the ring is gorgeous. It is not at all my style either. It's like, y'all have seen photos of my ring. Like, my ring is like a nice little, like, dainty kind of thing, which I really like. I think the ring that his mom had, while beautiful, to me, reminds me a lot of a college, like, graduation ring. Like, it's just big and chunky, which is fine. I think it's pretty, but it's not my style at all. So, you know, it was definitely a proposal. It was a proposal of all time for sure. But then I didn't want to like hurt his feelings, so I like didn't say anything about it forever. I actually didn't say anything about it until we broke up. And at that point, it was just because I was so mad about everything that was going on in our lives at the time. And now we have a bundle of joy. So true. It was so true, and she's great. I love her dearly. And she can have that ring when she's older if she wants it. And she can use it for whatever she wants. I'm also planning on upgrading my ring in like 10 years. And so she can have that, my old ring too, or her sibling can have it. It's really up to them. But yeah, now everything's fine. It's just, you know, sometimes we don't always take, the path that people think we should take, I think, is a good way to word that. You don't always take the path you think you're gonna take, either. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's a path, and, you just don't take it. You take something else. Sibling, are you saying that preemptively or did you just spoil us? I'm saying it preemptively because if I got pregnant where we live right now, my roommate would fucking beat my ass and take my children. She would be so upset if I got pregnant. And I can't blame her. There are 7 people that live in this house. So no, it is a preemptive thing. It is not a, This isn't me announcing a pregnancy, I promise. We're not doing that round 2 so fast. Did you move back in with a Nazi? Oh, God, no. God, no. Did not. He is in a completely different state. We are safe from him for the time being. Hopefully, by the time he ends up back in this state, we will be in a completely new house that he knows nothing about. Is the hope. But we are still living with family, and so it's not very polite to have multiple children while living with family. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the most polite thing to do, I think. Ooh. But yeah, no. We are safe from the Nazi. All right, let me get this pack open. Ooh, we can do a Pokemon opening stream together. How fun. Look, I'm gonna redeem myself this time. I believe it. I believe it. See, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not Gore, don't take this personally. I am gonna say it though. I am curious to know if I paused the music. I am curious to know if me picking the ring is going to affect my excitement when I receive it. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. But I think a big part of proposals is the surprise of like, woo, I'm being surprise proposed to, but also like, but also the like seeing the ring for the first time. You know what I mean? But also, if you had tried to prevent me from seeing my own ring, I probably would have killed you. So, you know, we're gonna make it work. Alright. Alright, gang. We're gonna do something. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to shop. We're gonna go to redeem. Webcam properties. Oh. Okay, so I do have a webcam. But for whatever reason, it doesn't like to like show up here. And I genuinely cannot figure out why. Oh. Like, I really cannot figure out why. Like, just zoom in on Pokemon and use that? Yeah, I guess so. Like, this is a webcam, but for whatever reason, it doesn't want to be a webcam. Like, hi! This is my tortilla. It's so weird. It is so bizarre. Maybe I could do it. Fucking down that tortilla. I did not. I'm gonna figure it out for her. Let Mama figure it out. Let Mama be the streamer that she knows she can be. You know? The milk tuber. Alright. And it's so weird because it was working the other day too. Oh well. Anyways. Alright, so this is what Gore got me. I've gotta... I'll zoom in real quick. I'll just do what Gore was saying. I was trying to figure it out, but I'm not that good, I guess. Oh god. Alright, I'll do this. Hi! Move all my shit real quick. Alright, so this is what Gore got me. God, the monitor is so bright. Fucking Jesus. There we go. This is what Gore got me. There's fucking so much shit here. It comes with 2 foil cards featuring Screamtail and Iron Valiant, 6 booster packs, and much more. So, I'm using fucking phone charger. Get it open. Okay. That's all I have. Oh, let me swap my thing real quick. Pokemon, the card game. Live. Done. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's get this bitch open. That's a cute box. It's like a little lunchbox. Yeah, it's got a little handle on it. Merlin, hold on to that for me. Thanks, bud. Oh shit, punch the fuck. Oh, look at that, it's like a little lunchbox. It's got a little like lunch flap. Yeah. Oh my god, it is actually a lunchbox. It. Put it upside down, I guess. There we go. Okay. Let me pull everything out. I'll show it to you one by one. Okay, first things first. We've got a scream tail. Fucking shiny as hell. Little scream tail. And then we've got an Iron Valiant. Sick. It's a Nunty Boxy! It is! Okay. What else we got? We got a Scream Tail card. Super cute. And then we got... Oh, there's a live card in there. Which, actually, we'll go ahead and scan because we have it open. I'll just, noise. And then we got an Iron Valiant. Pretty shiny. God, got too much trash. I also okay, so we've got, I think there's 6 in here. What else? Oh my god. We got some sticker cards. More sticker cards. We got more sticker cards. And more sticker cards. Hell yeah, boy. All these sticker cards. Free hands. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I do hand streams from time to time. And then, what is that? What is that? Oh! A little thing to hold your nice special cards on. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put the sticker cards at the bottom. Fuck! I'm dropping everything. Hi, welcome back, Nick. Yeah, so Corey, look at this, Yeah, it's sleeves. It's more sleeves. Ugh. Get it open. Yeah, so this is just it's a little card sleeve book. So open it, it's got all the little card sleeves. So, which I have one of those already. I got this one. And it has some Pokemon cards in it. But it's good to have another one. I'm gonna also, I have these cards from a different thing I pulled a while ago. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put these in here, just because. Alright. Look at me, I'm a father of a mighty fighter. These are my titties. Sorry. I'm so sorry. That was so out of pocket of me. I'm so sorry. Okay. The trash is just gonna go over here for now. We're gonna scan this real quick. All right. I don't remember the like way to go about doing this. No, we're just gonna... Aaron. Sandshrew. Fancy. Oh. We got Olipede. Fucking focus! A team. A Betty Bolt. And a company. Oh. First colors. Ooh. The full illustration. EX. And then a dark. This guy's pretty. Macargo. Wow. We can't hear you because Mike. Oh, get fucked. Alright, hold on. There we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah, this is a pretty solid grab. So. He's going in the sleep book! Also, this guy's my favorite. He's in my sleep book already. But he's my favorite. You can't really see him well because he's in the book. Alright, let's see. In the sleep book he goes. Alright, he's in the sleeve. Baby boy's been sleeved. Oh, you like my little tiny sleeve book? Gore got it for me. And then they just gave me a new one. They gave me this one, which is pretty cute, but I don't like it as much. It doesn't have a little... This one's got a little tie on it that keeps it shut. This one doesn't, so... You like... I'm wearing Gore's shirt. I'm a father of a tiny and mighty fighter. Titties. Oh, fuck. Jesus! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Did not mean to fucking tuck my tits at you. My bad. Alright, next deck. I need to center this. Hold on. Oh, look, you can see my mic. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to, like, tuck my tits at you. Okay. We're gonna scan the card real quick. Scan it! Scan it! Alright, there it goes. YouTube demonetized this woman. I'm not even monetized on YouTube. I'm not even monetized. You can still barely hear me? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. Let me adjust. Yeah, can y'all barely hear me, or is Gore just fucking the worst? I don't know what we're talking about. Alright, anyways, what do we got? We got Phantom, cute baby. We got Slugma. Is that his ass that's up? Is he like ass up in the slot? Yeah, he sure is. Good for him. Me too, man. We got the Tadbulb. Focus! He's a shit! Okay. We got Apple. We got Applin. Take the Applin. Focus the Applin. Whatever, man. We got Festival Grounds. We got Glamora. Can I please? Thank you. Because of the shine. We got Poliwrath. Pretty cute. We got Swana? Is that Swana? Oh. Reverse hollow. Pretty nice. Ooh. Reverse hollow sand slab. And a hollow pheasantipity. And a basic water energy. Hold on, I'm gonna open these. I'm just gonna show y'all the pretty ones. Or the ones that I'm like really excited about. Yeah, there you go. A hollow pheasantipity. Doo-doo-doo. I'll just show y'all the hollows. How about that? Womp 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 womp. Get in the box. Alright. Alright, what do we got here? We got a Turtonator, a Hoot Hoot, a Bedlam, a Bralum, another Iron Valiant. This one is the same as the one I already have, but it is not a hollow. A Sharpedo, which is actually pretty fucking sick looking. Look at the art on that. That's so fucking cool. We got a Metagross that is just a Metagross. We got a reverse hollow Ponyta. As you can see. We got a reverse hollow Ranunculus. Which is pretty cute. And then we got a hollow Feraligatr. Pretty shiny Feraligatr. And then another basic energy. And then scan it, you bitch. Nice. Alright, we got 3 more. Let's see. What do we have here? We've got scan. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Scan it. Nice. What do we got? We got a P-Dove, a Pineco, a Mawile, a Meditite, a Ciphermaniac's Code Breaking, a Bayim, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. We got a Reverse Hollow Palafin. He is here. And a Reverse Hollow Scyther. Oh! Fuck this Reverse Hollow Scyther. We got Gengar EX, baby. Gengar EX. $310. All right, you're going in the jar, Gengar. Gengar's going in the jar. Good job, buddy. All right. Next. Okay, there we go. Banana. All right. We're gonna scan the code. The code's upside down. Does that matter? Guess so. Scan it, you bitch. Dope. Alright, what we got? Alright, we got a Surskit, a Magby, a Flamigo, a Porygon, a Technical Machine Blindside, a Crocalor, Technical Machine Evolution. We got a Reverse Hollow Onix. We got a Reverse Hollow Porygon 2. And we got a Hollow Yveltal. Hi, Berkey! Thank you for the pets! I'll hydrate. Just give me 1 second. So yeah, we got a Hollow Yveltal. He's pretty cool. Oh, let me hydrate. I'm drinking Dr. Pepper. Wow, that was perfect ad placement. Like, it was this logo up, it like immediately connected. I know you didn't hire. I know you didn't click a stretch. Oh, but you're getting one. Ah! I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to flash out with my titties. I'm not wearing a bra, so they go all over the place. Anyways, this is the last one. How you doing, Berkey? Alright. We're gonna scan this real quick. Alright, we got another Mawile. We got a Nummel, Tadbulb, Sinistea. I have like 4 of these Sinesteas. Patrol Cap, Chandelure, Letter of Encouragement. We got a reverse. This is an awful time for an ad break. This is an awful time for an ad break. Just relaxing in the recliner. Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I love that for you. Oh. The Tonic you Rin! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So, first thing I pulled. I can have that. I can has that code. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. What a charmer. Oh, what a Chad. Okay, so the first one is a Hollow support card. The reason I gasped was because I got one of the cards I've been wanting so badly. I got my full page, full Hollow Houndour. Look at them. Look at them. Oh, I wanted him so bad. They're so cute. Oh, so you're going in here. Just for me. You're going in here just for me. I opened a bundle today, so I'm giving away codes, and since I love your model, I'll give you mini. Aw, thank you! I really appreciate it. I actually just got a bundle myself, so I'm pretty happy. Oh. I'm so happy. I'm gonna put these in here too, just because these are the cards that were like the front of the bundle. So I'm just gonna slide those in there right quick. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead and put my card in there. We're gonna put these guys in there. We're gonna put this in there. That's trash. I've got so much trash in here now. Okay. New code! Oh, and the fact that this is a little lunchbox. God. Look at these carried around. Ah! I'm gonna claim it. I'm gonna claim it. I'm sorry. I'm putting everything away so my desk isn't so messy. I'm sorry. My desk is so messy. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Thank you. My desk is so messy. I can only claim one more right now because I just claimed all of these. God, I have so much trash here all of a sudden. It's so messy. Oh, my desk is so messy. Where's my tortilla? There it is. Nervous eats my tortilla. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's the last one I can submit right now. Hold on. There we go. Because I got 10. You can only do 10 at a time. So let me do these real quick. I don't like that Gore's yelling at me right now. I don't know if I deserve to be yelled at. Alright, we're gonna take down this and we're gonna point it at my little man again. Okay, we got Iron Valiant. Yeah, I can submit more after I accept these. That's true. We got Noise. Torkoal, Applin, Aggron, Helois, my accompanying flute. Oh, Hollow Frostlass. That's pretty. Clefairy, Illumise, Enhanced Hammer. Ooh, that's a pretty iron bundle too. Molga. Whoa. I already have one of those, but still. We got Licky Tongue. Meditite. That's the Meditite I got today. Ooh, Reverse Hollow Frostmoth. Delmise. And a Hollow Drampa. Let's see. I love card opening, man. Card opening is so much fun. Oh, Linton's so cute. Woo! That's a fun one. I like that. The claymation cards are so good. I think they're so cute. Look at him! A full hollow Varoom. That's cute too. Oh! And a Reveroom EX. They go together. How perfect. In a big Varoom. Got a little Varoom and a big Varoom. I love that. Drakloak, Jamming Tower, and a Hollow Chandelure. A Reverum deck? I could, yeah. Naclees, Exploud, Ferroseed. Ooh, a Hollow Groudon. That's nice. Oh, Skarmory. Love Barrigaraf. Oh, see the little flame ones, so cute. Whoa, Green Ninja EX, full rainbow hollow. That's crazy. Florges, Poliwhirl, Jamming Tower, and a Hollow Walking Wake. Nice! I got some really good cards out of that. Okay. That was for the fans, little man. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Hey, me? Hey, me? Hey, me? Those were really good pulls. Oh no, I'm so sorry, little man. More! 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 Wow! More! Oh man. I'm just munching on my tortilla right now. Oh, Taniki, you were the GOAT! You are the GOAT! Wow! It's so good. Sorry, I'm trying to. My name's Rin, but you can call me Taniki. I will call you Rin then.
Gorian's Moors gifted a tier 1 sub to Danuki Ren.
Thank you so much.
They have
Gor,
given
for the gifted
42
sub.
gift subs
Enjoy
in the
your
channel.
emotes, Ren. And your nice, fun, no ads. You get to enjoy all of it. And more. I'm just munching on my little tortilla. Ooh! Ooh, more. How many do you have? Oh my god. Oh, I can't use that one. I think somebody else would have used it. That's okay. Robert! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a great day. You have 100? That's so many! Oh my god! That's so many! Oh, it's okay. You're giving them to me for free. I'm not gonna complain. I like that XXL is in there. Extra, extra large. I might play one match before I end off today, I think, maybe. Mayhaps. You know what I mean? Maybe. Gotta play a couple of rounds, but it's so late. Don't you need me? Bunny needs a bath too. Holy schmoly. Holy schmoly indeed. There are so many. Courtney cutest stream. It's his lifeblood. It really is. I think he lives vicariously through me sometimes. Ren, I need you to know, you're making not just me happy, you're making Gore so happy. Gore is so excited about me opening all these packs. It's crazy. Gore is so fucking happy right now. Okay, let me collect those. Look, the game only lets you do 10 at a time. Dark Kuma. Another Mightyana. Love that. I play a dark deck right now. So I look for any dark type cards that I can use. Which is why I like click through these kind of fast. Ooh, that's a nice Iron Thorns. Cadbulb, Puchiana. Sorry, I was taking a sip. I also like to look at the art. Ooh, that's a nice Ursaluna. I like that one a lot. That's a great Ursaluna. Let's see. And Fizzledipity. Open this week approximately 3 to 4 bundles, so I have so many codes for you. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Ooh, ooh, Brute Bonnet. I have one of these, I think. Yeah, I've got 2 of them now, but I'm going for dark types, so that's a pretty Iron Leaves too. Alright, let's see. Another Brute Bonnet. Ooh. I don't have a Tinglu yet. Nice. Another Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon for the Ogerpon deck. That's good to have. Illumise. Brute Bonnet. Flora. Yeah, I do now. That's so true. Oh yeah, if you want to send me, if you just want to post the codes in the general chat of the Discord, if that's easier for you, feel free to, so that way they don't get lost. Ooh, buddy puffin'. So that way you don't have to worry about them getting lost in chat. But if you want to keep sending them in chat, you're more than welcome to. It's really up to you. Whatever works best for you. Oh, I've hit my limit on chandelures. But yeah, if you want to send them in Discord, you can keep sending them even when I'm like opening, so that way you don't have to stop. I'm gonna let me check something real quick. Let's see. Sorry, I'm catching up on... Interesting. I'm catching up on something that I missed a second ago. Where do I leave the codes? You can just drop them in general chat if you want. Nobody... Like, the Discord's really mostly just used for, like, stream-related stuff anyways, so... You can just drop them in gen chat. Or should I make a... Should I make a channel for code donations? I'll do it. I'll make one real quick. We'll just call it, Pokemon Code Donos. There we go. Okay, I made a channel for it. It's in media. You can just post it there. And there, you guys can, please post photos / code numbers for any Pokemon the card game codes that you would like me to use. There we go. Pokemon Code Donos. All right, there's a channel now if you'd like to drop it in there. It should be at the very bottom of the media tab. Gore, that's not what it's meant to be used for. Gore! Gore immediately breaks the rules. Ban him! Wouldn't people take them? I mean, if they wanted to, it's not the end of the world. In my opinion, it's not. If people took them, you know, as long as they're getting used. I'm keeping y'all in an honor system is what I'm doing. The implication by posting it there is that you want it to be used for me. So if somebody takes them, you broke the honor code. Yeah, or you can DM them. It's really up to you. I think I have DMs open. I'm sure I do. I think I do. Yeah, as long as you're in a server with me, you can send them to me. Yeah, imagine having no honor. Oh, look at you go. You're sending them in batches. Look at you, you're the best. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like I'm interacting with my child right now. 6. Oh, wait. I can't do the ZG one. Berkey Turkey has entered the chat every day. I really do appreciate those of y'all who show up every day for my streams. It makes me feel a little less lonely. Still, that's 10, so. Pack opening streams are great. I'm glad you think so. I have a fun time with them, so. And I get to, like, complete my collection. Which is so great. Ooh! Another Dragapult GX. Nice. If one doesn't work, tell me which one it is. Okay. The one that didn't work was the ZGD7G. Here, I'll just copy and paste it. This one didn't work. Hi, Dog Ant! How are you? Hi! Ooh, nice drinks. And another Enamorous. Wow. Oh, I love the design on this Heatran. The art is so good. The ZGD word spaghetti one. Yeah, that one. See? Chat got it. Oh, I got it again, but this time it's hollow. I love that for me. Alright, that's the first one I've got of that. Oh, Farigiraf, my love. Ooh, nice. A base Ogerpon. Very good. Alright, we've hit the limit on those A-Palms. It's well written, why wouldn't it work? I don't know, I'll try it again. Ooh, that one's really nice. I'll try it again. I may have copy and pasted the wrong one, so let me double check. Ooh, now I have two. Very nice. These are quite nice. Oh, Seeking. I don't. Sorry for the dyslexia. No, it's completely fine. I mistype these all the time. It's why I usually just use the scanner on it with my webcam because I mistype them constantly. Ooh, that's a pretty Zapdos. The one cool D&D thing I did was apparently illegal. What? What'd you do? Also, was it illegal or was it just like your DM didn't like it? Wow, look at these. Oh, I love the art on that one. Nice. I love those Alakazams. Okay, let me double check. I fucking opened the wrong thing. Let me see. Was it that one? Oh, it went through this time. I don't know why it didn't go through last time. Oh, it was mistyped because you typed in JDM originally, it's JMD. That's why. Just two letters got flipped around. It happens. All right, I'll collect this one then too. I don't play Pokemon the card game anymore, but my girlfriend loves opening the envelopes, so for her birthday I gave her the bundles and she gave me the codes. Aw, that's so sweet! I love that for y'all. I love that for you guys. Oh. I didn't mean to open the drop rates, but I'm here now. What the fuck? I want to fish real quick. Chat, don't forget y'all can fish. I'm gonna be so honest. I've already gotten my money's worth with this fishing game with y'all, with how often y'all play it. Not like it was an expensive game. Ooh, a shrimp toy. I love that for me. I moved to Digimon the card game. Please keep me away from card games. I spent a lot of money on cardboard. God, so does Gore though, so I can't even say I blame you. And so do I, considering in the last 4 days I bought at least $200 worth of trading cards. I do not have I don't have great patience. Hula told me to come here. What happened? Hi Ducky! Chat's giving me codes so I can get cards. I don't know if that's why Kula told you to come here or not. Oh, I got, hold on. Where'd it go? I need my queso. I got, it's in my little folder. Hold on, I'll show you. I got, where's my folder? I really love your model a lot. Oh, thank you! I'm actually getting an upgrade to this model here soon. That's gonna change it a little bit. I got one of my dream cards, Ducky. Hold on, let me get it. There it is. It's this one. The Houndoom. The Houndour. Oh, is that the one you were gonna send me? Oh no! I'm so sorry. Gore bought me this set like literally like 10 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago. Be mad at him. My dream is to have a model this beautiful, but I'm just a PNG for now. That's completely fine. That's honestly so valid. I was a PNG for quite some time. But now I've got my next model. Oh, nope, not that. I've got my next model incoming. So there it is. Yeah, I got my next model on the way. So things are a work in progress. But I will admit, my models are extremely expensive, and I am very, very privileged and very, very lucky to even be in a place in my life where I can afford these. So don't worry about having like a beautiful model or an over-the-top model. Like, it is okay to be a PNG tuber. That's completely fine. It is okay to go for a cheaper model. That is still really good. Like, don't stress yourself about it. I am lucky enough to be able to have money that I can funnel into this and and go a little all out with it. I've spent at least like $6,000 on all of my models. I have 3. All of my models all together. So at this point, maybe 5,000. So like it's a privilege to be able to have like really expensive art and really expensive models. So don't ever feel bad for not being able to afford it or anything like that. It's completely normal. It's completely fine. Yeah, now I can have 2 in my deck. What if I want 2? Yeah. What if I want 2? I want 2 full arts. I love them. Next time we need to summon Ducky for Dangan, I'll just DM Kula. Oh, do y'all still play Danganronpa? Do y'all still do that? I will try whenever I see you playing them on the card game to give you some codes. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I haven't been in that server in a minute, so I'm not even... I'm hiding the teaser. So I'm not even, like, sure if, like, y'all even still play. Or can you come get Merlin for me, please? Just started V3. Oh, I love V3. A lot of people hate V3. I really like V3, though. So... I think V3 has the most amount of characters that I really like in it. You were literally pinged where it was happening? Oh! Yeah. I didn't realize y'all were doing it there. Sorry, I just assumed it was still happening in Misty's old server. Though it seems like that's all moved to the Yugi and Yuki server, so... I don't fucking know anymore. What, Papa? You gotta ask Dad. It's because I'm not there. Well, I mean, yeah, but like... I don't really know what the difference is between the servers. I don't know like who's in which server and isn't in others, so I can't really say anything. Never mind, I'll shut up. Never got to play, so it's just a theory, but there's magic books that raise your stats, and I had so much fun crunching the numbers and seeing how high I could get them. Fascinating. But apparently the books can't raise your stats above 30. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I don't play D&D very often though. Nah, most of the people in Mistio 1 is on ours too. Oh, well, I see. I see. I was like, maybe there's just something I'm misunderstanding here. That's not uncommon with me. It's just like different vibes. That's fair. We're gonna take this boy. And we're also gonna stack him out there. And then we're gonna do a feint attack. Drop it on his ass. It's the cap in the new version and the new player's handbook coming out this year. Ah. See, Gore's the D&D guy. He's the guy you talk to about D&D stuff. Because every time somebody talks to me about D&D, like, rule related, I'm like, woo! Like, I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck? When it comes to D&D rules, I don't know. I've never been a DM. I just wing it when I play D&D by myself. Which, Gore and I went on a date recently with some people who were interested in playing D&D with us on stream. So maybe if I can find a babysitter, like, during the week, maybe we can make that work. Because, honestly, I think it'd be kind of fun. Oh, it took my fucking... That's bullshit. I didn't even realize it did that. That's fine, I guess. Thank you for the hydrate. This is almost my second Dr. Pepper I've drunk on stream. I'm unwell. You made me want a Dr. Pepper, as I should. Oh, interesting. Goes off bad luck. Why the dark cry? Flipping until tails. Damn. Sucks to be you. A Dr. Pepper sponsor? I wish I could get a Dr. Pepper sponsor. That'd be pretty fucking sick. Damn! Sorry, I keep hearing the back door, and I'm like, I'm scared. What's happening? Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it's a little funny. I shouldn't laugh, but it is a little funny. Hold off on that. I love that I'm not doing any damage, but I am annoying the fuck out of him. My favorite Pokemon is Noivern, actually, but my second favorite Pokemon is Houndoom, which is why I'm running the Houndoom EX deck, because I can't run the Noivern deck anymore. Yes, Yiggy, I would fuck Noivern. We've been here before. We've been here before. Alright, we're just gonna put him to sleep one more time. Just for the fun of it. I love that they've had luck in getting out of the sleep, but have not had luck in hitting me harder. Do you think Bad Dragon would work with Nintendo? Probably not. I think it'd be really funny if they did, though. You know what I mean? I think I'd get a little giggle if they did. Damn. Finally getting a decent amount of damage in there. Good job. Yeah, no, I don't think Nintendo would work with Bad Dragon, only just because of the whole, like, you know, Nintendo can be kind of like a little prudy from time to time. I like that question. I love that question is phrased like, do you think Nintendo's up to the standards of Bad Dragon? Yeah, not the other way around. Do you think Bad Dragon's up to the standards of Nintendo? It's such a funny way to phrase the question. I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe. I misunderstood the rules. Wait, who's paying money to play D&D? I'm very confused. Why are we paying money to play D&D? Maybe I'm not understanding. Buying books and dice? Okay. Okay. Okay? Sorry, I've only ever bought one thing of dice. And I spent like 20 bucks on Amazon on like a big old thing of dice. And that was it. So I'm like, I guess the books are really expensive. You know, you can download those online, like the PDFs, right? Not to like, you know, like excuse like quote unquote theft, but like that is something you can do. That's what Gore does. I don't think I've ever actually seen Gore buy a D&D book, despite how much he plays. Actually, he may have bought one once. Yeah, sometimes pirating is ethical. For sure. Not sometimes, all the time. Also very valid. Oh, you're gonna pray. You're gonna pray that you're able to do the damage you need to do with that damage rush, huh, buddy? As if I'm not just gonna whoop a can of bounce ass off your ass. You're gonna go after my Eevee. Oh, you're gonna go after my Umbreon. Fascinating. That's fine, I guess. Capitalism does justify it. You know what? You're so right. I don't know personally if that's something that I would have done. Stack some damage on the people out there. I don't really know. Oh, yeah. No, when it's like an indie thing, don't pirate that. Don't do that. Yeah. If you're encroaching on the rich who are already rich, go for it. I think that's completely fine. All right. Well, it is definitely time to get a can of bounce ass. Nice. Oh, even better. I started getting into D&D I was 14. Oh, yeah. That's very fair. That's very fair. See, I have a sheet full of D&D characters that I want to play one day, but I just haven't played D&D since high school, so... you know, we'll get there when we get there, I guess. I see what we're doing here. Still not enough. Not ads, viruses. Yeah. I figured. This is a very interesting play that we're doing here, but it's a little funny, so we're gonna roll with it. Got to that time I got a ransomware on the family computer and my dad had to wipe the whole thing. Ah! I know I probably could have bounced, but I'm okay with losing a card here. It makes us even, so. We never had a family computer. I shared a computer with my mom. So I didn't have a family computer. I just shared the computer with my mom. You know, somebody once asked me, Peach, how many Houndooms do you think you need? And I told them, as many as money can buy. Oh yeah, viruses were much more frequent in the 2000s. I mean, they're still not great to this day, but they're not, like, end of the world. Stage 2. I don't think my dad had an antivirus software on that computer, so that's all him. Don't blame that on him. Yeah, I think I've lost this one, gang. Yep. That was a tight match, though. That was a tight match. Very nice. Yeah, Charizard can be pretty hard to get over. Look, my stats aren't great, but my victories and losses are coming up fairly even now, so it's not too bad. You know what I mean? There's a 4 difference between my victories and losses, so I can't be too mad about it. Let's even it out with a clean 35. 35 matches. I only started playing a week ago, so I'm not too unhappy with it. Nice. Mulligan me, please. Thank you. Oh, mulligan me again, please. Thank you. I can't believe you're charging 11-year-old Ducky as an adult. I can.
Oh.
Ducky's like losing her mind. Eh. Isn't exactly what I was looking for, but I'll take it. Actually, you know what? That could have been worse. Oh, I could have attacked that turn. I didn't even think about it. That's fine. I'm so used to not being able to do anything first turn. That's completely fine. I mean, it's not great, but it's not the worst either. Bitch, you could have Iono'd me twice? What the fuck? You know what I think every time I see a Sprigatito?
Nice balls!
Oh, I'm sorry. I am unwell. Oh, to be Iono'd twice. I don't know if you actually want that. Are we just fishing over my nice balls? As if it didn't even happen, huh? Damn. You know what? Just for that. You're not gonna take my nice balls seriously. I worked so hard on this fucking meme. I don't know what this cat does. Ah. What do you mean my balls aren't that nice? Fuck do you know about my balls? You know what? Just for that. You're getting it twice. I think I have very nice balls. Thank you very much. Telling me my balls aren't nice. Fuck you. What would he know? What would he know about the state of my balls? The answer? Nothing. He wouldn't know shit if it licked him in the balls. Bark indeed. Pretty good at guessing how good balls are. Whatever. Whatever. I'm calling bullshit. You guys see a pair of balls and y'all are just like, what's the status of these balls? is the status of that lady's ball sack? If only I could discover the status of that lady's balls. I don't think they're that nice, actually. Look, my favorite thing about that sound effect is that it just keeps getting louder. And there wasn't a speech, it was just me constantly going, I don't know how I feel about that woman's balls. So yeah, no, there was no speech. It was just me being a little menace. One more time, please. We couldn't hear you. Whatever. It's fine. And nobody can hear your fucking jokes. It's the fucking worst day of my life. Nobody can enjoy my fucking jokes. Not a single person can enjoy my fucking jokes in this goddamn fucking house. You know, if nobody... I did lower it. I lowered it so much. I have no idea what y'all are talking about right now. What? Huh? Oh. Taking the free card. Split the difference. Score. It's barely making any fucking... It's like so low. Sorry, I never realized how fucking long that was. Any help on why it keeps saying invalid password or username when I know it's right? For what? It's 11 p.m. for me and I'm dosed up on Seroquel. Wait! Hold on. I just discovered that it's probably not because it's loud. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, Pokemon the card game live? I have no idea, actually. I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help, but I'm actually not sure. Yeah, that is also true. Your display name is not the same as your username. Ducky makes a really good point, actually. I didn't even think about that. Shit! Hold on, let me try something real quick. Okay, no, it's not there. It's in its own little... See? Sorry. There, is that fine? Oh, yay! I'm so glad that worked. Fascinating pick. That's too quiet. First time was better. How How was that too quiet for that? I have so many questions of things I do not understand. There's so many things I do not understand. Yeah, I think you're right. I think all the sound effects do have different sound levels because what the fuck is happening? Fucking ridiculous. I feel like I'm audioing. It's fucking apeshit.
Oh.
I hate this. Also, I'm gonna lose this match. Trauma. I can already tell I'm gonna lose this match. They're setting up a second Sprigatito. A second Sprigatito has hit the tower! Sorry. Oh no, I'm so tired. Stop moving damage around, you piece of shit. They hit the fucking Pentagon! It's almost 10 p.m. Why? They hit the Pokemon Center! Damn, you fucking hate this Umbreon, huh? They hit the battle tower! Die. Have a nice little can of bounce that ass. And be gone. What? That's an interesting pick. Unless you're planning on immediately evolving that thing. What if that's why there wasn't a battle tower, an Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire? It very well could have been. Oh, you're gonna force me to trade out? Why would you do that? It's a very bold choice. Okay. They're gonna try and nuke my guy for 2 prize cards. Yeah, I see. But... I like that you can tell which Pokemon they're seeing as a threat as they play. You know what I mean? How they're switching back and forth between my Umbreon and my low kicks. I could boss his orders them and then take out that this fucking bitch and just take the damage. 220. Yeah, I'll do that. That sounds funny. Give me him. I don't even have to Bloodhound Spike. I don't even have to take the damage. That's crazy. Thanks for the free card. Brum, bum, bum, bum. How many of these bitches do you have? Jesus! Probably like 3. Yeah, probably. Damn. Gotta beat him this round? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Good game. You win. Good game. GG's for sure. Oh, we love a nice player. GG's. That was a fun little thing. Okay. That being said, I am sleepy. It's almost 10 p.m. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid someone. But I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Maybe more Pokemon? I've been having a lot of fun playing Pokemon. But I might also take a break from Pokemon and go back to Liza P for a little bit. I really haven't decided. But you know, we'll figure it out. I guess I'll raid someone. Nobody's streaming right now. So, let's go raid this person. I have no idea who this person is. I've never met them before in my life. But they are playing Pokerogue, and I like Pokerogue, so... Thank you guys for coming. I had a great time. I'm shuckered. Yeah, Pokemon's an easy casual. I can go into it whenever. But we're gonna go raid this person. Everybody be nice. Make a good impression for me. Thank you so much. Y'all all sleep well. And I'll see y'all tomorrow, 5 p.m. CST, same as usual. Liza P or more Pokemon. I haven't really fully decided yet. Bye, everyone.